mark charity, and people can start donating come 10 seconds. Behave. Okay, and that timer's now working. We have now started, so everyone can go and say that we'll be doing this. I'm going to be starting a new lineage. There's a whole bunch that I'd named before, but we need to first name the lineage of our clan of apes. This is a game about evolution. It is about the game starts 10 million years ago. And then we have to evolve all the way through to being as upright and as human as we can get to, really. So we have to name our lineage. I think it's only fair that we really just call our lineage Galop. We don't need to create Homo sapien, Homo Scotian as what I normally do, but we'll just call this one Galop because we're raising money for Galop. And we'll start. I'm gonna choose first time because it's like the most kind of legit experience of the game. So I will choose first time, and I will be choosing like total HUD just so everyone understands what's actually going on in the game. Plus it makes it a lot easier for me. And we'll also choose a starting gender. Not that it matters because we can swap all the time. And we'll start. So, yeah, thanks everyone for joining today. Let's get the hype on. We are raising money. We've got an initial target of 500. You should see the progress bar above here. And that will gradually fill up when donations start rolling in. This is inspired by true events. It turns out that we did actually evolve. And yeah, we'll see how we go. But here I am for the next 23 hours and 58 minutes. But who's counting? We also have some like rewards and stuff on the donation page. So we'll get that all rolling, but basically it requires me like eating jelly beans and reading out absolutely terrible jokes. So we'll see how we go. Nobody should be bipedal immediately has me picturing four-legged chickens. That's horrible. So there will be probably parts of the game that are covered by like the overlay that we've got. Like I was trying to make this as kind of like minimalist and simple as possible. At the end of the day, the game is going to fade into being background noise. Instead, we're going to have our speakers come on. We've got speakers throughout the entire 24 hours. It's going to be a fantastic time. And yeah, should be good. So... not even started playing yet. We have to watch an intro cutscene though. If you don't like animal on animal violence, well, our history is full of it. But we're in Africa, about 10 million years ago. And we've got snakes and monkeys and birds and fish. The fish did survive, however. Well, My challenge today is to evolve monopedal humans. I'll try my best. Oh, that bird got taken down. So, let's evolve. We fucked up as a world when cats stopped having saber teeth, exactly. Aoife went hunting lizards. Yeah. My two cats will probably make an appearance at some point in this stream. Probably screaming or battling each other. They like doing that. Now what you've got to be really careful for when you're up in the tree is that there's giant birds. I didn't know birds used to be that big. That's horrifying. Unfortunately, our little baby, our little baby's traumatized, funnily enough. And right away, my controller is not for working. What's going on here? One sec, folks. Well, it's not an AyeforScotland stream if it doesn't start with the controllers not working or some other technical glitch. Right, so we are at the moment playing this little baby ape, and we need to make sure that it can safely get back to its clan. But yeah, you can see right away the baby's very scared, and we need to journey our way back. Unlock the PTSD trait right off the bat, exactly. But we'll don't worry, we'll return it to its family very, very soon, and we'll be safe, and it'll restore colour to the world as well. I'm relatively good at this game. I rarely experience death. So like maybe this is like a deathless run. It's probably not going to be that, but like one of the things I loved about this game was like you had to fail at it multiple times to get pretty good. So, but you'll see very soon that the colour comes back because we've managed to find our way back home. We've got our fellow apes here. You can see them. And we'll start to unlock a whole bunch of evolutionary stuff. So, by the way, folks, that is the charity link now live. You can start donating. We can start to fill up that bar. We've got an initial goal of 500, but we will just stretch it incrementally. So, we'll also try and plan milestones. We've not got any milestones planned at the moment, but we know that the chat's always quite good at coming up with them. So yeah, feel free to dig deep and give some money to a great cause. I is immortal confirmed. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Okay, so as is the thing, we're probably not going to be able to do much as a baby ape for like the entire game. But we'll go and find there we go. We've got Pa, who is the elder male, which means that now we can actually start doing stuff, funnily enough. You can also carry out the baby monkeys on your back. That's like essential to the experience, pretty much. You need that in order to get experience. No worries, Dylan. Let's see where... We need to find the other baby monkeys is what the plan is here. So we'll go and we'll see if we can find them. And they're always hiding. Let's see. There's one. So yeah, what you can do in this game, you're trying to evolve to sort of like, just to explain the premise, because I know that this does take a wee while, but the basic premise is this: you have to carry two baby monkeys on your front and your back. Then you do things that help the monkey evolve. You need to like find new sources of food. You need to craft tools. You need to do all that good stuff, and having the babies with you like basically allows you to increase your skill level to then spend those points on evolving. That's the short of it. And like a lot of this game relies on like the kind of sensory information. At the moment, I'm basically using sight. I know that that's very standard and something we all take for granted. But one of the cool things is that we can kind of like see how we all kind of had to learn this way. For example, I can pick up this rock and I can inspect this rock. I know, incredible. And then we can start to like craft tools and stuff with it. New tool discovery, granite rock. And this is something that, you know, our very far distant ancestors had to do. Kinda, I guess. I suppose. They had to do that stuff. My real life experience of rock inspection. Exactly. It's a hella nice rock. How you doing, Mitch Jane? Thanks very much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. And we can also throw stuff if we want. But like, one thing I really liked about this game is that like it's very, like, it makes you like actually think about the physical things that you like hold, and like there was a point where like swapping something from one hand to the other was actually quite a task for us. We can also eat food as well. We can eat horsetail, which is good for us somehow. We can also grab branches. There we go. We've got branches. We're learning stuff. Have horses evolved yet? There is actually there's not horses in this game. There's like Mycenaean zebra types. I don't know how it works. Hey, Seraphina Peck, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. So we need to do a whole bunch of things. We can, obviously we sleep, that's the thing. So we've got sleep spots and we use them to evolve. So you can see there that we've got like bits and pieces to kind of evolve, and gradually this all begins to grow. We connect up neurons. You assign neuronal energy to connect neurons and you can like learn to do stuff. It's all part of the fun of being a monkey. You also have more stuff to grab and to eat. Let's see where we go. Thank you for our first donation. I'm actually, one wee second folks, I'm going to grab this up. Cats for Galop, whoever you were. Thank you very much for the £5 donation. That's wonderful. I'm also just going to close off another tab because Google Chrome will take up all of my CPU power and it'll ruin my life. There we go. We can eat stuff. So yeah, we've got lots to explore. I think you can eat mushrooms. We can eat everything. We're gonna become a super monkey in like no time. It'll all be good. We eat food. We eat fungus. We get ill because we've ate a mushroom that's bad for us, and then we drink water because we need to. It's the only way to flush it out of our system. We also need to inspect the water apparently because that's, who knows. Hey, Flaming Daphne, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Just imagine how frantic I would be if we hit hour 23 with that one donation. Don't say that, Alrascala. That makes me want to cry. There's a lot of effort that goes into these. I like how I ate a mushroom there that poisoned us, and then everyone else in my clan, like, you know, monkey see, monkey do. Then they all started doing it, and in turn, have all poisoned themselves. So now they're all drinking water because they've mucked it up, basically. We'll build another sleep spot because we can do that. Let's see how we go. So now we can construct new sleep spots. Look at us. We're just so clever. And we've unlocked something. So this is great because now, guess what? We can now swap an item between hands. That's what we've evolved, right? I'm telling you, this game just like your skills go up from here, right? So we get some like objectives that don't really mean much, but what we can do now is we can now like swap hands with things, and then we can use one thing in one hand to hit a thing in another hand. It's very cool. So let's do that. And this, we mucked that up big time. We've essentially unlocked juggling, but we can also then start to use tools, which is cool. And that increases our dexterity. Did I sleep okay? I did actually, yeah. I probably got too good a sleep. Like, I know that sounds really silly, but I had a good sleep, and then I realised that like I was up at like 7:30, which means I've been up for, you know, a couple of hours at this point. I was trying to lie in as much as possible, but like when I'm up, I'm up. I can't not be up. So phrasing, I know. I didn't try and eat a rock. I inspected a rock, which may have led to me eating a rock. I don't know. Other things I can do is I can now strip branches. Look at that. Not bad, eh? Oh, Mitch Jean, this is like this is a fantastic game. I love this game. I've made a YouTube video about this game. It's all good. Whoa, Serafina, thanks very much for the $20. Now, just a wee reminder, folks. When you donate, you can actually select a reward if you want. We have a couple of rewards. A $20 donation, when redeemed with a reward, allows you to... I've basically got some really disgusting jelly beans in front of me, is the only way to describe it. And for $20, you get to select which horrible jelly bean that I have. So you can like select which one that I eat. The flavours are listed in the rewards, but just to read them out to you now, there's grass, rotten eggs, sausage, soap, vomit, earwax, dirt, booger, earthworm, and black pepper. You can donate by clicking on the link here. We've got the donate there. Thanks, Keith, for posting that. So here's your options. You've got, for 20 quid, you can make me eat a bad jelly bean. For 10, you can make me eat... I've got like jelly beans in a bowl. I'll show you them. So these are all the jelly beans in a bowl, and some of them are good and some of them are bad. How much for wearing the cat ears? The cat ears will be a milestone later in the stream. Okay? If you want me to wear the cat ears, it's going to be later on. We'll have to get over 500 first. Donate £100 to see a cat. Yeah, if you want to see a cat, that's a different story. That's 50. Although we don't want to pick them up all the time. So yeah, we've got like a couple of rewards. If you want to donate 5, then you can send in a really bad joke and I'll read it out on stream, causing everyone else who's listening and watching to groan audibly. So that's another thing you can do. If you donate 500 quid now, I'd be wearing cat ears for the entire 24 hours. I mean, sure. I mean, I'd probably still have to wear my headset, but yeah. And then there's other costumes. People might want to see me in the Obi-Wan costume. People might want to see me in the badly fitting maid costume that some of you forced me to... Oh, well, so some of you sent me that as a gift, actually. Oh yeah, I could put the cat ears on my headphones if Jessica's got her ones sorted. So, look at what we've got now. We've now got a sharp stick. Now we're talking. Hey, Double Muffin. Thanks very much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. So, like, actually, my partner Jessica, she's got the cat ears on the headset, and they're detachable, so I could probably attach them to mine. So yeah, if you want that, then that's got to be a milestone reached. So the good thing is that we now have a stick. This is useful because sticks are good for hunting various things. And we now need to inspect. Yeah. You'll find that we're able to do quite a lot in this game in the opening area, but there's tons to explore and do, so this will take us a long time. I'm just faffing around at this point. But we should be being joined by our first speaker in about 10 minutes. And that's when things really change. That's when we get locked and loaded. So what we're doing, we are altering this, and we're grabbing the fish, and we can now inspect the fish before we eat the fish. It's all part of our plan to slowly become omnivorous. Omnivorous? Omnivorous? Omnivorous. So that was a bass that we've ate, and the good news is that we've managed to poison ourselves. So what I'll do is I'll drop the fish, and I'll go back into the water to drink. But yeah, just like slowly over time in this game, you can eat all of like the bad stuff in this game, and then you can like slowly but surely make your stomach more stronger. You can make your stomach stronger. I'm going to go back to eating the fish. I'll probably get poisoned again, and then I'll be able to try and get it. We also have to remember to eat. Eat and drink and sleep is like key in this game. You need to do like lots of that. As you can see now, it's getting dark, so there's like not much point for me still being about. Otherwise my monkey gets tired, and if my monkey gets tired, then I can't do anything. Almost at 50 quid already. What's this game called? It's called Ancestors: The Humankind Odyssey. There's a really good YouTube video about it if you want to learn more. It was also made by me. I promise you this isn't my own game. Anonymous donated £18. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if the redemption rewards are being shown here, but you'll have to let me know. Because like I think once you go through the donation, you should be able to click on rewards and then select a reward that your donation makes you eligible. So if you donate 100 quid, then I will write your name on my face with a number 7 Stay Perfect Amazing Eyes pencil. So if you want your name to be on my face for the rest of the stream, then that's a thing that I can do as well. All part of the fun. The nice thing about this game as well is there's not really a time limit on it, because it does take place over about 10 million years, so we don't need to rush. Evolution takes a wee while. It should be credit card or PayPal, I believe. I think you can use a normal card as well. I think you should be able to do both. Hold on, I need to... And Apple Pay, that's cool. But it's all secure. Tiltify, who is the platform that we're using for the stream, like all of that's like very like safe and secure. They're proper. So you can use all of them. I'm trying to remember what I was going to do there. I had a rock in my hand. I don't want that rock, I want the other rock. My favourite rock. Suvraya, thank you very much for the sub, as well as Yukishiro, thank you. The one thing I will say, folks, is if you have to choose between subscribing and donating, I would prefer if you donate. That's the only thing I would say. If you can donate to the Tiltify, that'd be great. Come on. Boom. We have now made something else. We've ground up horsetail. We're now on was it 63? We're on 63, which means that we're only really 6 off the main number. Favourite rock. Exactly. Grinding. We've now invented stoners. Yeah. So, if you rub yourself with ground up horsetail, you get resistance to getting cut open, or I don't know how it works. There's various rules. 6 away for the best number, exactly. I don't want this. I don't want this branch. I want that. I like how, like, the number just comes up, like, all the time. The moment it's, like, 169, you're like, hey. Makes a paste which hardens the poor ape's armour. Yeah, maybe. Other things we're going to do is we're going to go and poke the bees. So we can inspect the hive. It's like, this was us when we discovered honey. So now we're now just going to, like, grab some honey and then run over, and we're then going to inspect the honey on the end of the stick. And we've discovered that we can dip. Oh, is there no PayPal? Nah, that's a shame. All the other options are good though. So we can now seductively rub ourselves in honey, and who doesn't want to do that? you now discovered anaphylaxis. Exactly. So yeah, we can, like, we've learned to rub ourselves in honey. So mission accomplished, gang. We're covering like the fundamentals. Flaming Daphne, thank you very much for your Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Cool. Having used honey's properties by application at least twice. The other good thing is we also have, like, coconuts. So if I think we can open these coconuts. Fun fact about coconuts, there's actually, like, a whole bunch of uses for coconut in this. I think you can drink them, you can eat them, you can, like, crack open a cold one with the boys. There's so many options. I think we can, like, yeah. We're nearly there. Boom. I think that's we've now got a monkey helmet. No, not quite. Use the obsidian as a tool at least twice. Boom. And we will now take a drink. Look at us go. Drinking fresh coconut. Assimilated nutrients from the Cotyledon type of food. I think that's that. Use the obsidian to make New Vegas. New Vegas is such a good game. Right, let's see how we're going. We're going to drink some more water. I'm not sure, I've just realised. So, you'll have noticed the green circle in the middle of the screen, right? Now, unfortunately, when that green circle gets to, like... We're gonna swap, that's what we're going to do. So, when that green circle becomes a very small green circle, we're going to end up dying. So, instead, what we'll do is there's basically 3 tiers. There's, like, the elderly monkeys, there's the adult monkeys, and then there's the kids. And the goal is to... There's monkey relations in this game. At the moment, we're bonding by grooming. Look at us go. We're just so talented. A couple has now been formed. Which I can beckon a mate to come and join me in the sleep spot. That's right. Bet none of you thought you were, like, ready for this. Look at us. Yeah. It fades to black in a way, which is nice, or at least it fade upwards. Um, but yeah, we've now got a new pregnancy. This is how it works. Um, so we've now got a pregnant um, monkey, which is good. We need them. Next question: form a thruple. No. Um, I mean, I think you can. I think like one monkey can like be the alpha monkey. I don't know how it works. new discovery: polyamory. As if that wasn't the case for like hundreds of years. So yeah, it's kind of becomes like a monkey, um, like den. Hey, thanks very much, Dino Lil. Almost that 100 already. That's decent. I've invented chads. Don't invent incels. I'll try. Oh no. Why are they not? Oh, okay. Oh, can I hear some echo on my line?
Oh, I hope not.
Oh no, it's all good. How you doing, Lenny?
Hi, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing not too bad. How are things with you this morning?
Yeah, good. I've been watching your stream.
Oh,
I'm really
fantastic.
enjoying this game. Great choice.
Yeah, it's one that we'll explore for the whole 24 hours, so it should be good. Um, Before we start, would you like to give chat a wee bit of an introduction to yourself? I can introduce you, but I think you might be best pleased to do it.
Sure, I absolutely can. Thanks, Connor. So hi, my name is Lenny. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the chief exec of Galop, who Connor's and your team are doing such an amazing job for today. Thank you so much for doing this. We are the UK's LGBT plus anti-abuse charity. So we work with thousands of LGBT plus people every year who've experienced abuse and violence, including domestic abuse, sexual violence, hate crime, conversion therapy. And we run national helplines, we do intensive support, we give counselling, and we also try to influence to make the UK a better place for LGBT plus people in general, including pushing for the ban on conversion therapy throughout the British Isles and the UK at large.
Brilliant. No, thanks very much for that. And how's it all going? I suppose. Obviously, there's like quite a lot of things happening in the news at the moment. There's Gender Recognition Act reform, and there's the push to end conversion therapy. Like, what is Gallup doing on a kind of daily basis to either inform lawmakers or have these kind of discussions?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first and foremost, what we do is we support people. So, if we look at something like conversion therapy, we've been working with current victims of conversion therapy in the UK for many years now. And actually, at any one time, sort of about a quarter of the young people that we work with are currently going through conversion therapy. So, one of the things that we have found in trying to push for a ban in England and Wales, in Scotland, is that lots of people don't believe that it still happens, and they don't really understand what it looks like. I think when we think about conversion therapy, we often think about these sort of American pray away the gay camps. And that's not necessarily what it looks like here. So, what we spend a lot of time doing, and what specifically I spend a lot of time doing, is going around and talking to key politicians who really want to help push this forward, or key people who don't know enough about it, or think that maybe it doesn't happen anymore, to talk to them about the kind of things that we see in our service and what happens to people right now in the UK, where they are experiencing abuse and violence aimed at changing who they are. So I go out and I basically tell those stories and try and push for the right kind of ban, the right kind of support for people, making sure that any legislation that goes through will work in practice to really keep people safe and protected. And then in the meantime, while we're waiting for those bans to come in, we do everything that we can to keep people currently experiencing conversion therapy sort of safe, and get them out of harm's way.
Brilliant. No, thanks for explaining that. I suppose maybe for some people in the chat who maybe aren't aware of how like conversion therapy can kind of manifest, particularly here, because as you mentioned, like it's not the same kind of
Mm-mm.
American branded like conversion therapy camps or anything like that. What's can you maybe give us a couple of examples of how that looks in the UK?
Yeah, absolutely. And in case anyone is having anything brought up by this, personally, we do run the National Conversion Therapy Helpline and Support Service. So please do go to our website and check out all of the resources we have there, and make sure that, if anything's being brought up for you by this conversation, that you do have the support, and we are there to support you. So please do get in touch if you need that. So what we see in the UK, so there is a little bit of that sort of American style, sending people away, sometimes abroad, to go through that kind of treatment. But the vast majority of it is much more in people's homes. So a lot of it is often connected to religion, or to often pseudo religion. So people claiming that they're doing things because of a religion that the religion wouldn't necessarily agree with. But it's across all backgrounds, it's across all religions, it's across people who don't have religions as well. And what we see is that there's a really wide range of abuse that happens to people, sort of from there's lots and lots of control over how people behave, how they dress, where they go, who they talk to. We have cases where people are being monitored basically 24 hours a day, sometimes by an entire community, to make sure they don't seem gay or they don't seem trans. We have people who are put through forced marriages, so to opposite sex partners, in an attempt to make sure that they're not gay or they're not trans. We have people who are locked in cupboards, who are beaten, who have medications or clothing withheld from them, or food. We've had people who have been put through exorcisms and rituals, sometimes where they've been forced to eat or drink things that have poisoned them. We have, yeah, a wide variety of ways in which people are sort of forced to behave in a way that is not the person that they are, you know.
Yeah.
Um, and what we know is that these things don't work. Like, you can't change who someone actually is. All you do is you cause huge levels of psychological, emotional, sometimes physical damage to the victims, and it can take years to recover. And in some cases, we have people who we support who have been through this kind of thing for decades, and who have lifelong impacts from what's happened to them.
Jeez, it's always like it's something that I've never been well, I've been fortunate enough to never kind of experience, but it's kind of horrible hearing some of the ways it manifests itself. I think that always comes as a bit of a like surprise to maybe people who aren't like clued into it. And I think like that's why like events like this are good, and the work that you do is great. It's because it actually enables people to be a wee bit more aware of like how it manifests itself. So it's like instead of kind of like the kind of a covert approach, or if like we're so used to seeing it in a specific way that sometimes
Mm-hmm.
more insidious ways can kind of come about.
Yeah.
So on the kind of frontline work that Gallup do in supporting, maybe it would be good to kind of describe what like an initial conversation with Gallup would be like. I mean, I dare say you've got like a lot of members of staff that are kind of engaging with people who've experienced this stuff. Like what's the process like?
So it really depends on what you need. So the number one thing that we care about is in supporting the people that we work with is that they get what they need.
Mm.
Um, so there are a couple of ways to get in touch with us to start with. And you can either call one of our helplines. We have 3 national helplines, with another one launching in February in the new year. And at the moment, those are for LGBT plus victims of domestic abuse, of hate crime, and of conversion therapy. And they're open to people who are worried about people that they know as well. So if you know people that you're concerned about any of those issues and they're LGBT and you want some advice, you are also welcome to call and get in touch and see what's best and how we can help support you in supporting them. Or there's also a referral form on our website, so you can also sort of send us an email or put through a referral form, and one of our team will get in touch. So you either call the helpline and have a chat, or you put a referral form in, and someone will call you back, and we'll sort of talk through what's going on for you. Depending on what's happening, we'll do something like a risk assessment. So we have quite a lot of high risk cases that we work more intensively one-on-one with, and that can be people who are in very dangerous situations at home or are at risk of being made homeless, or we have some clients who are being threatened with death because of who they are, or because of the situation that they're in. So we have a team that works with those really high risk cases, and then we give advice and support to everybody based on what they need, and it is all about what the person who is our client wants. So if they want to go to the police, if they want to go to court, then we will absolutely support them to do that. We will be there the whole way. We will make sure that they're safe and comfortable and they know exactly what's going on. If they don't want to do that, that is completely fine. The majority of our community do not want to go to the police, do not want to go through a criminal justice system process. So we will help with, for people who need to flee, getting the housing that they need. We will help them with costs that they might have. We will help them with any issues they might have around their kids. That we will look at sort of them as a whole person and look at all of the things that they might need to get them into a place of safety, and we'll support them with that. But equally, if people just want some emotional support and they just want to talk through what's going on, really understand what's happening to them and talk through the options for them so that they can think about what they might want to do, we also do that with people. And then where people need sort of longer term psychological emotional support, we also have counselling services that are free for people to use. So it really, really depends on what's the right thing for the person we're working with, because everyone has different experiences and different needs, and we want to make sure that what we're doing is right for everybody that we're working with.
No, that sounds amazing. It's amazing to hear how broad the services that you offer actually are. Like that's extensive, considering obviously everyone's individual case is really unique. So being able to tailor your approach to each individual is really important. I suppose like how long have you been CEO of Galop for, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, since June 2020. I joined during lockdown 1,
Oh
which was a
wow.
very strange experience.
And yeah, I can imagine. And how did, well, that's a good question as well. How did that impact your kind of approach when, maybe, I'm not sure if you did in-person services before, but like being able to pivot to, everyone in lockdown mode, how did you manage that?
No, we did. So we did do a lot of face-to-face work pre-pandemic, and then obviously in the lockdown we had to pivot to doing lots of work remotely, supporting people by phone. We still had people going out where the clients needed them to. So still doing that face-to-face work where that was what someone really needed. But we obviously were very careful about keeping our clients safe, our staff safe. But we saw in the pandemic, we saw a number of things that were new that were happening to the people we support. So I'll give you a few examples. So we've been working with LGBT plus people who are victims of hate crime for 40 years, and what we saw in the pandemic was people were being attacked because of the pandemic. So either because some people thought that COVID was a punishment from God because of LGBT
Oh
people,
God.
or because we were associated with the last pandemic people remember, of course, which was the HIV/AIDS crisis in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
And on top of that, social distancing meant that you could see same-sex households really easily because people were closer together physically than everybody else. So we
Right.
found people sort of being attacked in the street because they were challenged on being too close to each other. And then, of course, people found out they were from a household, and there were some attacks on that basis. But we also found things like, we support a lot of young people who are being abused at home by their families, whether that be conversion therapy or whether that be domestic abuse or both. And we found that, with schools shut, with no youth clubs going on, with no way that sort of young people could get away from their parents, if they were outed, or if if things were found that made it clear that they were LGBT plus and they had homophobic, biphobic, transphobic parents, we were finding that their parents were like destroying the ways of contacting people for help that they might have,
Right.
and that there was nowhere else for them to go. So there were lots and lots of things that were really escalating. We ended up with double the number of calls on our helpline than we had
Jeez.
pre-pandemic. But we also launched the hate crime helpline in response to what was going on, because there hadn't been a national LGBT plus hate crime helpline before,
Oh, wow.
and that got calls from the very first day that we opened it, and those have only grown since then. So it was a really, really tough time. It was a really tough time, and having to do that, and work around, trying to keep everyone safe and doing the work remotely, and making sure that we were really alive to making sure that people were supported in the way they needed to support it, and were taken out of dangerous situations at the same time as keeping everybody safe was really tough. But the team did incredible work in that period of time, and I'm really, really proud of all of the work that we did.
No, that's really good, and it's something that you like. You just, I suppose some people just wouldn't register that a pandemic could like amplify like kind of existing prejudices. Like I was born in '96, so I was kind of like in the aftermath of the HIV crisis. But like people who are older, obviously that kind of prejudice has just continued to the point where it's like another pandemic, and that kind of association or stupid association. Like you mentioned that you were releasing another hotline. Did you say which one that was? Is it a? Can you go into detail on that at all? Or?
Yeah, we're gonna be so. Gallup is the only LGBT plus service that is, we're by LGBT plus people for LGBT plus people. So everyone working with our clients is also a member of the community, and that's really unusual. We're the only service like that for victims of sexual violence in the country, and we've just completed a big piece of research. It's taken 3 years, working with nearly 1,000 LGBT plus people who've experienced sexual violence, talking about, what their experiences were like, what they need. We found that 1 in 4 sexual assaults experienced by that group of people was with the intent to correct or punish them for being LGBT plus. So it was effectively trying to convert or cure them. And what we found was that that our community gets very, very bad reactions quite often from going to non-specialists. So we had examples of, gay men who'd been assaulted who were told by police that, that's just what happens to gay men, that's just how gay men behave, like that's not sexual assault. We have obviously terrible things happen when trans people have to go and report something that's happened to their bodies, the way sometimes, lesbians' identities were used by other organizations, or where people just weren't understood, or what happened to them wasn't recognized as sexual assault. So what we're gonna do in February is we're gonna open up a helpline for our community around sexual violence, so that there is somewhere that anyone can come to talk about what's happened to them and get advice.
Brilliant. No, that's great. So that'll be 4 helplines. You'll be running.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
and imagine like from like a staffing perspective, I imagine that you're all sorted on on that. How many people are involved in Gallup as a whole? How big's the team?
65.
Wow.
So it takes a lot of people to do that sort of one-on-one work that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest team, is the people who are looking after those high risk cases and making sure that people who are in imminent danger are gotten to safety. And then we have a surprisingly small but really dedicated and really talented helpline team. And we will be opening up as well for a new tranche of volunteers in the new year. So that is sort of staff, and we get support from members of the community as well in just making sure that we can get through the huge number of people who get in touch. because we get about 8,000 contacts a year at the moment to those helplines. So it's a lot
Wow.
of people to respond to, and then we have a small but perfectly formed therapeutic services team who do our counselling, and then of course we have the amazing team that keep us all going and do all of the absolutely not sexy stuff, like making sure that the building that we have stays open and that everyone gets paid and all of that kind of stuff. So but it's an incredibly passionate and dedicated team, because we're all queer, and we're all here to support people like us that are going through awful things.
No, that's brilliant. We've got a question in chat. How long's Gallup been going for?
Oh, since 1982. It's older than me.
Oh wow.
So we were set up in 1982 by a group of volunteers. And that was in response, actually, to partly to the HIV/AIDS crisis, because that was when people's homes were being raided by police who would wear like massive like space suits to avoid contamination, and it was quite traumatic for the community. But also at the time where police were running entrapment projects to try and sort of trick gay men in public spaces into and there was a big sort of program of sending in police to pose as gay men to sort of trick other gay men into activities and then arresting them. So we were formed as a way of monitoring that police activity and reporting back on it and ending that kind of behaviour towards LGBT plus community, but also supporting victims, including victims of back then we only did victims of hate crime. But if you look back at our old reports, I sometimes flick back through our old reports from the early and mid 80s, and they just tell the stories of the people in our community that we were supporting, what they were going through back then. And we've grown from that. So obviously we were successful in ending that behaviour towards our community from the police, and we went to the community and said, we've done the thing that we said we were going to do. What do you want us to do next? And they said, the support that you give us around abuse and violence is so important. So we pivoted to just doing that full time, and we've expanded that out to all the abuse and violence that our community experiences, and we've grown from there. So from very small voluntary beginnings 40 years ago to where we are now.
That's an incredible like heritage for the charity, though. Like it was born out of response to like the police being the police. And yeah, it's really interesting seeing how like I feel like almost quite a lot of LGBT kind of support groups come out of this self-organization, and then like bringing something to the table that everyone wants access to. So that's a really cool history of the charity. I suppose like just on I feel like we're jumping between quite heavy subjects, but maybe like what's something that you would say to maybe someone who's like wanting to seek help through Gallup? Like obviously some people can be quite anxious and nervous about taking that initial first step. What's the kind of piece of advice that you would give someone like that? I know that's a heavy question.
No, it's a really, really good question, because one of the things that we know, particularly about queer people, is that it takes us longer to come forward to seek that help, because it can be really scary, not knowing who to go to, not knowing whether they'll understand what you've experienced, not knowing if they're going to understand who you are, not knowing if you're going to have sort of anti-LGBT plus attitudes from the people you go to for help. So the first thing I would say is, if you come to our service, like I said, we're all queer people working with queer people. Our service is confidential. There is absolutely no judgment. You do not have to be like completely sure about what's happening to you. You do not have to know what you want to do. You do not have to do anything at all. If you just want someone to talk through what's going on, then we're absolutely here for you. If you're not ready to talk to someone yet, and it can be really hard to take that first step sometimes, there are loads of things on our website to read. There's also a chatbot that's on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that can just help guide you to resources you might be looking for. And for when the helpline's open, it can also connect you to someone that you can chat with by text instead of having to say things out loud, and sometimes that can be easier. So there's also that live chat's always open when the helpline's open, if it's easier to write things down than it is to say things out loud. So take it in the steps that feel comfortable for you, and remember that if you're coming to us, you don't have to explain who you are, you don't have to explain what's happened to you, you don't even have to be sure of, you know, what you've been through, what that might be called, even whether or not you're sure that what you're in is an abusive situation. Like, you can just come and talk it through, and we can help you unpick things.
Brilliant. No, thanks very much for saying that. Got another question in chat. With the Tories in kind of disarray at Westminster, would you say that like the political focus should be fighting conversion therapy at that kind of national political level, or is there something more local, or that the focus should be on? I know that's another it's another big question.
Oh, such a big question. Um, so we've been working on pushing through that ban with Westminster for nearly 3 years, and obviously it's been in two Queen's speeches so far. It keeps being promised, and not coming through. And from my perspective, the longer that we go without this ban, this is a kind of abuse that our community has known happens to us for decades, and every month that we haven't got it banned is just more people who are being put through this without the protections. And I see the cracking job that is being done in Scotland in pushing that through as well. So excellent work to the campaign up there, and all of the work that you're all doing in getting that ban through in the Scottish Parliament. I think that we need to keep the pressure on. I think that we also need to make sure it's the right ban. So, we cannot have a ban on conversion therapy in the UK that doesn't include the whole of our community. Um, we have just when. Do you remember when Number 10 decided to exclude trans people from the
Yeah,
ban?
yeah.
Well, when that happened, we were working with two siblings who were being put through conversion therapy. Well, we call it conversion practices because it's not therapy, but were being put through conversion practices by their family. That we had to get out of a really, really scary situation, and one of them was going through conversion therapy on the basis of gender identity, and one was going through on the basis of orientation. And suddenly the government was saying only one of them was deserving of protection, even though they were going through exactly the same thing by the exactly same people, because they were part of our community. And I was, we can't leave that. We can't leave one half of those siblings behind. It's so important that a ban covers everyone. It's important that, it does have a proposed loophole for over 18s to consent to this kind of abuse. And we know from the people we work with that there's so much pressure to go through these kinds of abuse and violence, that actually you can't consent to what's going on. And I think that we do need to keep the pressure on. I think more that is done up in Scotland as well, to keep that pressure up on Westminster. I think that that's also a really good thing that is being done. But I think that we have to get the right ban through, but we really need to get this banned. We really,
Yeah.
really do. I think it's really important to keep our community safer, and to make sure that when these things do happen, that what's happening to people is recognised. We have so many clients who, when they come to us, they've been to three or four other people, other whether that's their school, whether that's healthcare, whether that's the police, whether that's other victim support agencies, and explained what's going on, and been told that that's not abuse, that's just a cultural disagreement with your family. Just go back home. What's being done to you is the right thing to be done to you. Just keep going along with it. So we need to make sure that if we have it in law, then people have to recognise that is abuse, that is not okay, and then it needs to stop. And I think that will make a huge difference. So yeah, I would say keep the pressure on. We're going to keep the pressure on as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's probably one of the things that kind of works to an extent. That if we keep the pressure up on the like from all sides, then we can like I feel like obviously because of the political setup of the UK, there's going to be a like if we can do work in here in Scotland, for example, that'll obviously help those in England and Wales. If Wales does something, if England does something, they'll all kind of end up feeding into each other, which I think will be is pretty powerful when it comes to like getting this over the line.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure when. I think the end conversion therapy in Scotland. I think that's going to be. I think that's next year, as far as I'm aware. Like the bill to actually get it sorted. Obviously, we're going through the Gender Recognition Act kind of reform at the moment. I actually think we're just about to be joined by Karen Adam, who is a member of the Scottish Parliament. So we can definitely ask ask that. Of course, you're more than welcome to stay on, Lenny, but I do understand you're extremely busy. But I think like if keeping that pressure on is absolutely key. And no, I think it's great to obviously hear a lot about the work that Galop have done. It's been very informative for everyone in chat as well. Do you have any kind of like I'm saying last words, but obviously you're more than welcome to stay in chat with Karen if you like. What like is there anything you think I haven't covered?
No, I would just like to say a massive, massive thank you to you, Connor, and I know you have so many people helping you behind the scenes as well over the next 23 hours you've got to go, and like we are all so incredibly touched by what you're doing, and to all of the people who are watching you and who are donating, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. This really means a lot to us.
No, that's brilliant. All of the people working in the background to make it happen have been fantastic. And yeah, they'll be keeping me company over the next 23 hours. No, that's brilliant. Again, you're more than welcome to stay if you want to have a chat with Karen. But I'll leave that to you to decide. I think I've got a couple of minging jelly beans to eat. There's like one of the rewards if it's 20 pounds means that they get to choose what flavour of horrible jelly bean to eat. And I think someone's also donated. I think Hex donated £100 there in chat, which means that I have to write Hex's face on me with a makeup pen. So what? I'm writing Hex's name on me. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. But no, thanks very much for that, Lenny.
Thank you, Connor. I will leave you to give Karen the floor. Thanks so much for having me on today.
No worries at all. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, yeah, I could draw Hex's full face on me. That would be a great laugh. Right, how many jelly beans have I got to eat? And was flavours given? Alright, I need to check that, do I? Okay, I see. Right, let me just pull that up. Eat the egg flavoured. Why would you make me eat the rotten egg flavoured one? Christ. Okay, here goes. Oh, that is boufing, man. That is horrible. Ugh. Oh, that's actual stinking. Oh, that makes you want to cry. Oh. Oh, it's a jelly bean, so it's like stuck on my tooth. I need to get it off. There's 309. We're over halfway. That's pretty good. Oh, no, it's actually... get it off. Oh, that's pure rank. That's actually disgusting. No, this was a terrible idea. Who the hell decided this? Oh, I blame Keith. Oh, God. Is Karen going to come on?
Hello, I'm
Oh, hi.
here.
Oh, hi. Sorry, have I been talking nonsense while you've been sitting there? I'm so
No,
sorry.
I was just enjoying your reaction to the jelly
Oh,
bean. I was thinking that's the one I would have picked for you to eat.
oh.
So
Well, thanks. I'm glad that there was vomit as an option as well, and it was like, oh, it's
I
gonna be
think
painful.
we've all tasted vomit at one point or other, haven't we? So
Yeah. Rotten eggs is not something I would choose with. Karen,
no,
thanks very much for joining today. I was wondering
you're
if you maybe
welcome.
want to give yourself a wee introduction, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Karen Adam. I'm the MSP for Banffshire and Bucking Coast, which is right up in the top northeast corner, a coastal and rural constituency. I sit on the Equality, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee, and I also sit on the Rural Affairs, Islands and Natural Environment Committee. I'm
That
also on the Gender Sensitive Audit Board as well. Get that.
that is quite a remit you've got. You're everywhere.
I
Eh,
know.
so so how? Okay, so maybe it'd be worth to explain to maybe people who don't know how the Scottish Parliament works too
Yeah,
much, like what all of that kind of means. So you sit on
yeah.
various committees. Maybe you can touch on a
Uh-huh.
little bit with them to begin with.
Yeah, sure. So the Equalities, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee is basically just as it sounds. So we scrutinise petitions, bills, and we help shape and form law. So at the moment, one of the bills that has came to the committee is the Gender Recognition Reform Bill, which I'm sure a lot of people have been hearing about and taking part in discussions about. So that's one of the main aspects of that committee role at the moment. The Rural Affairs Committee, quite interesting as well. I've got kind of the two most what people would describe as contentious bills
Mm.
and big bills going through Parliament. The one we're looking at just now is the Hunting with Dogs bill
Hmm.
and tightening up loopholes that people have been using to still go out and hunt animals using dogs.
Hmm.
And the Gender Sensitive Audit Board is actually it's a cross-party board, and we're looking at how we can help women's representation in Parliament, support women getting there, and support women when they are there, and what roles parties and the Parliament have to play in that.
No,
So
that's
quite a lot going on.
yeah. I'm amazed you had the time to even jump into the stream. So
No, it's fantastic. Today I cleared the diary, so I just came back to bed. It's fantastic. Thank you for this.
no worries at all. So on, like, I mean, maybe Gender Recognition Act reform
Yeah,
is probably a good one to touch on to begin with,
yeah.
because obviously it's kind of been a long time coming, and
Uh-huh.
there's been two kind of public consultations that have had a certain group of people
Yeah,
quite in a tizzy with.
yeah.
But I think we're heading towards it looking quite good. That had the second reading in Parliament, didn't it? And that's
Yeah,
been
so, yeah. Sorry,
no,
I'm
go on.
interrupting.
No, no,
Yeah.
crack on.
So, I mean, the fact is that there's a few people opposed to the bill, as you've touched upon there, and their argument is that this has perhaps been rushed through Parliament, but this has been the most consulted upon piece of legislation at the Scottish Parliament to date. It's had two consultations, and I think it's been almost 6 years or over 6 years now that we've been discussing this. And part of the problem there is that there are other threads or aspects to the bill that people are perhaps twisting
Mm.
and misrepresenting exactly what the bill is. Because to be honest, the bill in itself is not a contentious piece of legislation
It is
at
so
all.
simple. It is so
It's
simple.
so simple. Um,
It's just
it is just
removing red tape,
reforming.
isn't it? If anything,
Yeah,
it's just making existing services more accessible.
absolutely. And a lot of the arguments that I hear against this are actually in favour of completely scrapping, a GRC or rolling back the rights of trans people that are already in place and rolling right back to scrapping from the Equality Act. When you really get to the basic bottom and foundation of the opposition's arguments, that's exactly where it goes. And it has got nothing to do with this bill. It's just about simplifying a process in which trans people can access a gender recognition certificate, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
You know?
And I mean, the majority of parties in the Scottish Parliament kind of broadly support it. Obviously, there's groups of people within each party that don't. But I'd say for the kind of most part, it's like it's not unanimous, but it's almost there. It's like the majority, like the vast majority of people know, like this'll help. And I suppose like I've always kind of seen it as like I feel like this is one of those things that if we could just rip the plaster off, people would realise that not much changes. And apart from making things easier for people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we look across the world, you know, there are several countries that have already put these things in place, you know, lowered the age, made it simpler, taken the medical aspect, you know, demedicalising the whole process to obtaining a gender recognition certificate is, you know, is part and parcel in a lot of countries around the world, and it's not really something that should be as contentious as it is.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, I could downplay a bit of the opposition to it, but really the kickback on social media and stuff has been so incredibly hard for the trans community, and it has just stirred up a whole other, I think, new kind of breed of hate, which has been particularly concerning.
Yeah, I mean, it's been well. I imagine for trans people it's been a lot longer, but like particularly on social media in the past, you know, several years has been just horrible. And like I find that I don't. I always find it kind of interesting, like looking at these things, because I feel like sometimes the quote unquote culture war aspect of it is like it's almost imported from like the Christian kind of right in the US, and has been allowed to kind of foster by some slightly larger names here in the UK. But it's I think it's interesting seeing that, like, I mean, I think what was there was the I think it was the Union of Authors, kind of one of the big unions of authors, had a vote, and I think it was also was it Women's Rights Party or something like that as well, also had another kind of vote that was, I mean, it's very a vocal minority in the case of a lot of opposition to the kind of legislation in GRA reform that's kind of coming to fruition, I suppose, through social media. And a lot of them having several social media accounts that they do bombard on the daily with.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
When
and some of the comments is just horrific. You know, it's just there's no debate or argument around having having reform of the Gender Recognition Act. It's all about the existence, right down to the bare bones existence of a trans person. Yeah. Which is really hard, you know, to listen to and to see.
No, I absolutely. I mean, I'm as a politician, you've no doubt developed an extremely thick skin when it comes to dealing with these people online. But I did see, like, even when you announced that you were going to be joining me to speak, there's always some.
Yeah. Yes, there is.
Without fail.
Yeah, and to touch on that point as well, about the thick skin, and that's something I think we've all said, and I've kind of pondered on that over like the last year or so, and I just think we need more this thick skin thing. I always think, you know, I don't actually have a thick skin. It does get to me, and I think we'll have to. Do we really want politicians with thick skins? Because you know, people have said to me, "Oh, you're too sensitive for this," or "If you can't handle this, why are you even in politics?" And I'm thinking we've got so many politicians with thick skins who aren't sensitive.
Yeah.
Let's have more politicians who are actually sensitive, who are empathetic towards people. I think that's a really important aspect. I think we need to look at a bit more, and maybe have politicians who, you know, feel for others and get hurt, because it shows a humanity.
And I suppose that actually crosses kind of perfectly over to the other work that you're mentioning in regards to you know, how this kind of duty of Parliament when it comes to like new MSPs and new politicians, new councillors, because I
Uh-huh.
think it's a topic of conversation um, whenever there's an election or anything like that. But a lot of the time, the kind of misogyny and the kind
Mhm.
of bigotry directed towards a lot of the female politicians is
Yeah.
is what is it's keeping great people away from people who should they should be making the decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I see a lot of the time, these comments, fired at me. Well, particularly in terms of the bills that's passing through Parliament at the moment that I'm working on, and they'll be saying, you're enabling these predators against women and girls. You're all these things, and I'm thinking, we're here to protect women and girls, and I'm thinking, well, I'm a woman. I'm a woman here. You're not, doing much to protect me, and how you're fighting this and abuse at me. And other women see that. Other really fantastic, capable women who would get into politics see the barrage of abuse against me. But it's not just harming me; it's harming any potential, leveling of equalities within elected representation as a whole, because we put women off getting involved. And that's an aspect that I really want to try and work on and get down to the nitty gritty of this, because it's how do we change that? What do we do? And it's not something we can all do in silo.
Yeah.
It's actually going to take a whole system change, and it's quite frustrating. I'm laughing because it's just so big. It's like a huge machine. When we discuss it, or if I'm discussing it with anybody, it just gets right back to the whole patriarchal society and culture globally,
Yeah.
and it just seems such a big task. How do
Yeah.
we break patriarchy? So you've just got to try, pull that back a bit and just think, right, what can I do in my own wee space in the world? Just to try and help culture change a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a really good way of looking at it. And I suppose, like, in the conversations and discussions, I'm not sure if you're allowed to say anything, but in the work that you've been doing as part of committees and things like that, what are the sort of things being discussed? What are the, not solutions, because it's hard to say everything will be a clear cut solution, but what sort of things are being discussed?
A few things. I mean, I suppose what I can say is, we're looking at whose responsibility, does this sit with? Who does this sit with? And who can we be asking to change things? And just as we've seen, the last few days with the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence,
Yeah.
we can see that the focus is very much on men, and what men can do to help end that. And I think women really need that allyship of men. We've been fighting this fight on our own for a long time. And what we really need is a whole new galvanized allyship of men to stand up and speak for women. Not speak for women, sorry, I'll take that back, but help
Know what you meant.
amplify
I
the
know what you
voices
meant.
of women. You know what I meant. Oh, darn, there we go.
Stand
That's what
shoulder to
invested.
shoulder with. It's fine.
Yeah,
We're good.
absolutely.
You're exactly what you meant.
When they have the floor, so to speak, which they do quite often, it's to ensure that they're speaking up for women. And I often say it's not about holding, giving up places for women to take over, but it's about ensuring that when you're considering positions for anybody, that your internal bias isn't kicking in and you're thinking, oh, well, she's going to be off, having babies or getting married or whatever, and having that patriarchal assumptions on how a woman is going to fit into some particular space. And I think we've still got a long way to go in that, but particularly the focus being on men, I think is something that's incredibly important. Having 5 sons myself, I know that it's a hard task.
No, that's very fair. I suppose one of the things that I think can be quite I've seen the mistake being made quite a lot, but guys who just have no problem with all guy panels at events and things like that.
Yes.
And it's not even. I suppose it's more about being aware Like, as in not even having that kind of mental like flick of the switch that goes, hang on a wee minute, someone's missing from this conversation. That kind of thing.
And even when I was a local councillor, the community council meetings that were on at night time, and I covered quite a big rural area, so I'd be driving in the dark on my own on these rural roads with no lighting, and I don't like driving in the dark as it is, and I'd be going to these meetings, getting out the car, going to like a rural school where they're meeting, or local, village hall or something, that didn't feel safe to me, and then I'd be going into these meetings, and it was all men over, I'd say 50, but probably 60, mostly, sitting, and most of the time I'd be the only woman there. And it was, quite a hard task, and I did feel out of place quite a lot of the time, because the narrative of the conversation would be generally on very male-orientated things that were happening in the local communities. Yeah. And it wasn't that they were doing that on purpose. It's just that there was nobody else there to add an extra dimension or a voice. And I remember at one particular meeting, the chair started talking about, the local nursery want to put some kind of new outdoor, gravel chips or something outside, or something for the kids to play on. Yeah. What do you think of that, Karen? And it was the only time he brought me into the conversation, because they were talking about a nursery and nursery children. And I thought, and therein lies the problem, Yeah. But since COVID, that changed that role immensely. And when we went online and were having community council meetings, online virtual meetings, there was more women turning up, there were more elderly disabled women turning up, and I just thought, right, okay, this is good, here's a fantastic change. So maybe that in itself has helped a bit, but it just shows the timing, the accessibility of that is really important. So I'm turning up to that meeting having worked all day, maybe have to drop a chip or supper on the table and dash back out again, whereas these men were turning up having their shirts ironed for them, their tea was probably on the table, and they were straight out the door. So there's all those things to consider.
No, that's a good. It's good. It's weird how like something like COVID has kind of prompted that change in a way, and it was almost like a kind of an equalizer, because everyone had to learn how to do it again. No, that's really interesting. I suppose so I'm gonna pull the conversation way back, because I've realised that I've not been asking any icebreaker questions. I've made the grim mistake. But I suppose one of the questions was what's something you in particular are proud of achieving this year, and what's a goal that you've got for next year? And that can be personal, it could be with work or your career or anything like that. That's my question to you.
That's a really interesting question, actually, because I find I'm a very goal-orientated person, but I get to that point, achieve a goal, and then it's like, right, what's next? Because I never settle. I'm always looking to perfect something all the time. It's not a good way to live, to be honest. It's quite anxiety-inducing. It's okay, right, that's it. And I never stop, I think, to think, well, that was great, that was fantastic. But I think being able to be involved with gender recognition reform, I remember having conversations years ago with people and how I understood nothing, really not a thing about trans people, about their lives or anything. And I've went all out to really try and learn about that, to gain understanding and to understand how the bills process even works, as well. And so I'm quite proud of the achievement of being able to just be at that table. I'm at the decision-making table for gender recognition reform as somebody who's tried as much as possible to be an amplified voice for the trans community. And I think I'm proud of that, and I'd hope that we'll always try and bring lived experience when we're discussing these things, because I'm not a trans person and there's nobody around that table that is. So I think always trying to take stock and think of people who have lived experience in these things is incredibly important, and I'm quite proud of that.
No, that's brilliant. On to Galop in particular, who we're raising money for today, and thanks everyone who's donated so far. We're over halfway to our goal, which is wonderful, and we're going to stretch that goal out if we achieve it. And I dare say there's going to be some silly things that I'll be asked to do when we reach our kind of milestones. I'm just
Great.
waiting on it. But I suppose when it comes to like Gallup in particular, how important is it, do you think, to have like kind of specific services for like groups in our community?
It's crucial. It's life-saving. Bottom line, it's absolutely life-saving for people. The more I hear from the LGBT community and get involved, it really sends a message to me how crucial these support services are. And it's a sad state of affairs that they are needed. What kind of society are we that, there's a lot of things happening contrary just to a person's existence, or a person being able to live their life in a way that they choose, that's harming no one. And but to have these services is extremely important. We have some of the most marginalised and vilified people within the LGBT community, and the injustice is so hard for people to be able to live with. The mental health aspects, implications of that is just horrific. I go out with friends quite a lot, and if you're in bars or clubs or whatever, and I overhear some horrible conversations, people who might not realise they're committing hate crimes just by what they're talking about, standing in a public place. And I think we still have so far to go, although we have came quite a bit, that we really do need these services. We need people to be able to have somebody to reach out to. And I know I heard a little bit there, Lenny was talking about, conversion therapy. We're trying to call it conversion practices because it's really not any kind of therapy. But
yeah, that's what Lenny was saying as well.
Yeah, I suppose we've kind of still got to call it therapy so people know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But that's still very much, alive and kicking in the world, and the social pressures are a kind of conversion practice, I would say. So we need as much services as we can to counteract that.
That's brilliant. I saw a question in chat earlier. It disappeared. It flashed by me while we were talking about something else. But it was what's it like almost becoming I'm not saying that you're the one and only, but like you're one of the more prominent LGBT allies in the Scottish Parliament. How do you feel about that? Was the question.
I get so emotional. Actually, I'm feeling emotional. You're saying that, or somebody's recognising that, because I feel so incredibly humbled by it. But I think it's because, people, I don't know if people know my story actually, who are listening, I always assume they do, but I grew up in a same-sex household with my lesbian mum during the 1980s, and it was an incredibly hard time, and I was picked upon and bullied for that. And, that was by proxy, as being part of that family household. And so I've always had that really strong sense of justice for people who were deemed not to be of the norm in society, or not to have a family that looked like the norm. And I suppose that stuck with me throughout my life. And as I've made friends, and one of my best friends is an out gay man, and it's really important that I have those conversations, alongside with him. And as I say, everything I do is influenced by the LGBT community, and I would never, try and speak for them without having spoken to them. And I just think the more opposition I have to anything I'm doing to try and advance the rights and equalities of LGBT people, the more it's opposed, the more fierce I feel, which is maybe good. And the more determined I am to call out and to stand up for those rights of people. And I'm part of the LGBT community myself. I speak about it as though I'm not, or people make assumptions, but don't even ask me what I am because I don't know, Connor. So that's a conversation for another day.
No, that's very fair. No, that's is absolutely fine. Yeah, so I had a question in my head there and it's just flew past me. Yeah, sorry, it was about the kind of end conversion therapy campaign, because there is obviously a like that's legislation that we're wanting to put through the Scottish Parliament as well, and we touched on that with Lenny a couple of 10-15 minutes ago. I don't know what time it is. But like when's that coming about in the Scottish Parliament? I believe it's next year that there's legislation for it, or maybe I'm talking rubbish.
Well, because I mean, I've been in a year and a half. I am still quite a newbie, and getting to know and understand all the processes is just, it's so. I feel like I need a law degree, sometimes before I even start reading through the processes of it all. But I think it should be next year sometime. I hope. I mean, I really do hope, and I really hope that we keep the T very much with the LGB. Because that's incredibly important to me that the conversion practices for all of the community are included in that. But we'll be, of course, taking evidence on it. And I think Tristan was fantastic in bringing this petition forward. And there's no denying that the hearing we had for the petition was very clear, and that there's no place in society for any kind of conversion practices to try and change the inherentness, of a person, and their sentience is just incredibly cruel, and there's certainly no place for it in Scotland.
No, that's really good to hear. I think it's always nice for people to hear how committed like politicians are to actually seeing things through. I think a lot of people in chat kind of appreciate that. Tristan says that he approves of the shout out as well.
Fantastic.
No, that's good. So I'm bearing in mind your time. I know you're incredibly busy. You're more than welcome to stay. Do you have any last wee things that you want to add in the conversation that maybe I've not touched on through my questions?
No, just to say, that while I'm in this position, I don't know how long I'm going to be an elected representative for, but I'm here and I want to do and push as much as I possibly can for the case for progression in society, so that we can build a really equal society in our own wee spot in Scotland here. So if anybody wants to reach out and get in touch with me and help guide me, on how we can do that together, then please do. It's karen.adam.msp@parliament.scot. If you give me a wee Google, it might come up as well. And, happy to hear from you and work together with everybody. So
that was karen.adam.msp@scot.gov.
No.
No, I'm totally wrong. Sorry.
It's karen.adam.msp at parliament.scot.
At parliament.scot.
Yeah.
There we go. I've dropped it in chat. I knew I got a bit right. That's fine.
Nearly there. That was good.
But no, thanks very much for joining.
Thank you for everything you're doing, Connor, as well. I think this is fantastic.
Do what we can.
Along.
No worries. Well, you're more than welcome to jump back in later if you've got some time.
No worries.
But I'll let you crack on with the rest of your day.
Okay.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye.
Right, a couple of things I need to do before we continue. One, I need to look at what god awful flavors of eggs that. No, we've not had any. Okay, we've only had the one rotten egg, which is horrific. It was absolutely disgusting.
I mean, I did I could have made you eat like a rotten egg flavored jelly bean, but I decided nah.
Oh, you decided to spare me, Shark? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay,
I
very
I
kind.
did submit a horrible joke though.
Oh, you did. Where is it? I need to find it. I'll read it out right now. Yeah, I'll turn Shark's volume up. I wish there was a way to like default set all of the new user volumes to like max, but it seems to be a bit funky.
It doesn't help that my headset's mic is busted, so I have to use like my earphone mic instead.
Okay. That's no worries at all. Well, in that case, while I go and try and sort a couple of things, do you maybe want to introduce yourself to chat and tell them a wee bit about what you've done, because you've worked with quite a lot of third sectors, haven't you?
Yeah, a wee bit.
So,
Okay, so while you're doing that, how's it going, Trips? My name's Shark. My pronouns are she, her. I've been a mod in sort of Eye's Discord, on the streams and all that for, I think it's been a few years now.
aye.
I have ADHD, so I have no idea what time is, nor do I want to learn. So yeah, as well as that, I previously worked in the third sector, so stuff like sort of charity streams has always sort of interested me, even before I started my work. And interestingly enough, my experience working with UI actually helped me get the job in the third sector.
Boom. That's it.
So,
I'm going to put AyeforScotland job helper provider in my CV now. But so yeah, because I remember that was something that you were able to put down when you applied for things, didn't you?
Yes.
No,
Obviously, well, I don't want to give away too much about where I worked.
that's fine.
I'm sort of a private person, but yeah, no, I generally worked sort of with the broader community sort of thing. But one thing I was pretty involved in at my old job was how we could better support the LGBTQ plus community, and linking in with sort of pride organisations locally, and talks for Scotland. Cheers, Hex. It's yeah, so I was involved with that, obviously, and I just wanted to come on to highlight sort of how important the third sector really is. It's a NIFA.
It is. So no, I mean, I think you don't need to say what organisation it was, but you've done work with the third sector where like you've seen the kind of almost the frontline support of like what third sector organisations like Galop can provide.
Yeah.
So I'm about to get drawn on my face. Go on.
It's okay. Yeah, it's so obviously Gallup do absolutely what is the third sector. So the third sector is sort of like concerning charities, non-government organisations, that sort of thing. So stuff like Gallup, where I worked, all that would come under the third sector in the UK. It's just all of that sort of thing. It's like when I started, I think we need a permanent marker.
Yeah.
Brilliant, Jess. So where I worked, we were in charge of like sort of providing services to the wider community. But when I came in, I kind of wanted us to have a bit of a focus, more of a focus on like inclusion of certain groups. So like you could be inclusive. Hi Dan, I love you too. You could be inclusive. Like being inclusive is not excluding others, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we could have targeted programs and things that could help people within the broader community. It doesn't mean we're excluding the broader community. It just means we are making targeted help for members of our community.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from a lot of like conversations with people who work in that third sector. So again, for people who don't know what the third sector is, I know that Sharks just touched on it, but it is groups like charities, it's support groups, it's like government adjacent groups as well as groups that give kind of that frontline support. And Shark, you make a good point that like when it comes to inclusion, because I think quite a lot of organisations have at least started their journey towards that kind of like diversity policy, which is maybe something that more traditional organisations have been a bit slow to the uptake on. But being able to actually say, well, we do need to cater to a specific group of people, and that doesn't mean that we're excluding anyone. It just means that there's specific targeted support that's sometimes required, right?
Yeah, and one thing we found, and I found specifically, was there's certain experiences you want to kind of discuss with other people who have had similar experiences about, and it doesn't mean that you don't think you can't seek support from people who don't know from first-hand experience what you've been through, but it's just like, I feel like people sort of like, there's security and not having to fully explain yourself through that kind of thing, and some folk like to take the first step with people who have been through similar things.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of the stuff that Lenny was talking about when it's, you know, like Galop's a charity that's managed and ran by people who are in the community, and you know, like, not like, sometimes people don't want to have the conversation with someone who's like a diversity professional but doesn't actually have any kind of experience in the. They've maybe got all the training around it, which is great, but they maybe want more kind of targeted, you've actually had the same experience as me. So in the third sector organisation that you worked for, like, how did that come about? How did you start to kind of like introduce that into the organisation?
So basically what had happened was, when the organisation I worked in, I was basically like the young blood that they had brought in. So I was largely responsible for a lot of like bringing us into sort of like updating us digitally and sort of introducing a younger person's sort of perspective, if that makes sense.
No, like, that's fair.
And obviously, the like sort of people who have worked in the communities for years, they will have sort of the knowledge and the history of this community, which is sort of, you can't overstate the value of that. But at the same time, it's like, it can be helpful to have someone involved in activism outside of that and sort of introduce new perspectives on it, and like sort of say, look, these groups really do need help within our community, and will you give me just 2 seconds?
That's fine. Don't worry, take your time.
Right, okay.
Sorry. Go on.
Right, can you hear me or anything?
Can hear you perfectly.
Right, I need to mute then. Sorry.
That's okay. In the meantime, Mitch Jane, any chance of adding other methods of donating? I don't know beyond you donating directly to the charity itself. If you give me 1 wee second, I'll dig that up.
Right, okay.
Let me just have a wee look. So you can. I am not sure what I'm not sure what a format of payment. What is it called? Payment type thing. I don't know what they use, but you can use Galop. You can donate directly to Galop. It won't add anything to the goal, unfortunately, but you know, I'm here to raise money for Galop one way or another. Debit cards also work. That's a very good shout, Flaming Daphne. Thanks for that. Payment processors, payment card methods. There we go. Sorry, Sharko, you're back, yeah?
Yeah. No, awesome. It was. Don't worry about it. It was
right.
my wee dad being like, "You want the role?" It's like, "Oh, I'm busy."
Also, yes. What's your role of choice?
I have got. If I can get it, tatty scone, bacon and egg, or any combination of the three.
Nice.
But at the moment, I've got like reduced flu appetite. So.
Reduced flu appetite. Okay, well, I hope you're feeling better.
I am still eating, but it's like, right, so yes, within the sort of my organisation, I was able to highlight, you know, for going forward, and sort of not preservation, but for lack of a better term, we'll go with that. Nice. It's like, you know, you have to evolve with the needs of your community, sort of thing.
Speaking of evolution, I chose the right game to play, didn't I?
You truly did, yes.
No, I mean, I
Um,
think that's a really good point when it comes to like, kind of evolving. Because I'd say, like, I think you've kind of known me from like the start ish of like my journey and like understanding a lot more about the LGBT community. Like, I
yeah,
didn't have any friends who were LGBT for like a good wee while. Like kind of coming out of high school and stuff like that. So like I'd say you played your role as well as many of the other organisers in kind of like educating me on a whole bunch of stuff, which was
definitely.
really really valuable. Um,
And it's like, I feel like obviously I had to educate the older members of our team, and they would ask things, and it wasn't obviously none of it was out in malice. They were
yeah,
just they were trying to say, I don't know anything, or
yeah,
uh, anything like that. And I feel like there's that hesitation among people, and just to ask questions, and rightfully, maybe don't just go up to any person you think could be in the community and ask a random stranger questions, but there are resources out there to educate people, and like, don't be afraid to hold your hand up and say, I'm not too knowledgeable about this right now, and I'd like to know more to better support. Sort of, not even just if you have friends, family, or people around you, even just on a human level, you just want to support other people in your community or just in general.
yeah.
So it was um, that side of things, like saying to, I remember, and again, I'm kind of going to have to be careful how I word this.
That's okay. Take your time.
When I was kind of maintaining our social media accounts,
Mm,
particularly some of our, like, my work used to like just follow back anyone who followed us.
that yeah,
Um,
yep,
yes, so I was, and again, uh, part of having the young blood in is like our generation and our age group are a lot more. So
social media literate.
yes,
Yeah,
so and I noticed in the follows there was quite a lot of people with blatantly sort of transphobic or TERFy stuff in their descriptions or their Twitter handles. And I had to say to my boss, look, I don't know if you're aware of this. This is what this means. I really don't think we should be associating with people like this. And I understand it wasn't something done out in malice. And
yeah.
you were just following back people who were following you. But this isn't okay if we want to put ourselves forward as like a place where anyone in the community can come to. And my
No,
boss, she was very understanding and went, no, you're absolutely right. Thanks for pointing that out. Deal with this how you see fit.
no, that's good.
Um,
Like it's interesting. I feel like quite a lot of like third sector organisations, charities, like groups like that. I feel like they're now understanding the value of having a very online presence. Like I'd say, like from
terminally online.
yeah, making sure that like someone who kind of knows all the ins and outs, because for someone who maybe doesn't spend all of their time on like social media, basically people who aren't us, Shark, it can be
Yeah,
quite a minefield, to kind of like to navigate, I suppose. Um,
yeah,
when it comes to things like obviously charity streams have taken. I mean, like we are literally using Tiltify to take donations at the moment, and that's like a platform entirely designed around raising money on live streams and like events.
yeah,
So it's like once you've ran one charity stream, you're actually able to go to like a third sector organisation who maybe isn't aware of like things like that they can be using to like fundraise or any of that sort of stuff, and you can really guide them, and help them raise more money so they can keep on doing the good work that they do.
definitely. And it's like a lot of the experience I gained out of like helping on your charity streams did help me quite a bit with how to approach that workplace about, this is how we could digitalise things, this is how we could, because especially during COVID, it's like if you can't go out to places,
Aye.
well, contrary to what many people think, like, oh, the 5G gives you COVID. No, it doesn't. You can't get COVID digitally.
Yeah. Funnily
So
enough.
that is a good way to sort of reach people. But yeah, and it was also sort of like explaining to my sort of the organisation, like, look, there will probably maybe be some pushback if we start voicing our support of this. However, these folk are on the wrong side of history, and we're not here to appease people. We're here to be a bastion of support within our community, regardless of, like, you know, whether we have like trans members of the community, gay members, Jewish members, Muslim members, people like something we did was help Ukrainian refugees. At the sort of when folk were being evacuated, it's like saying, you know, we can't just give in to people and forsake what we're actually here for. Like, you know,
No,
if you're,
I think
yeah.
you're approaching like a conversation about like intersectionality, and like, you know, it's really hard for like a third sector organization not to have that like equal support to like lift everyone like around them.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think that's one of the things that I always like about events like this is we always get into conversations about like different communities supporting each other. I don't know what third sector organisation you were working for, but like on the basis that, you know, you were also doing things for Ukrainian refugees, as well as over and above you doing work with you know, like on the inclusion side of things. Like it's funny how a lot of these I've just been told I have to eat a fucking vomit jelly bean.
Well, I give you the space to do that, or do you want to do that after?
No, I mean, like on the, I'll do it now. It's gonna be boufing. So I'll set it up there. I'm gonna finish what I was saying, but it's like one of the things that I do like about charity streams like this, and like there is always that kind of like intersectionality that crosses it, like all of it. Because look, if you're gonna be supportive of like one cool thing, you might as well be supportive of all the other cool things, right? Especially when it comes down to like fundamentals like human rights and all the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, am I doing this?
You can do it.
It even looks like a sick coloured jelly bean. It's fucking.
That is vile.
You know, I can still taste the rotten egg one. It's horrible.
Oh, jeez.
Doesn't matter how much water I drink. Oh, fuck off. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, this is
It's over with.
Ah.
Don't worry, that's
that's actual boufing. Jesus.
just think of the good it's gonna do.
I'm gonna drink. Ugh. Oh, jelly beans are the worst thing for this because they stick to your teeth. Like they stick.
Yep.
Ah.
It's for a good cause.
Oh, what have you done to me, man? Eyes taking damage. Psychic and physical.
But yeah, like with intersectionality, it is very important because the thing is, with a lot of like regressive, bigoted sort of movements, it is divide and conquer because it's like I was saying earlier. If they see, right, for example, oh, we can no longer attack like same-gender marriage or whatever because that's become pretty widely accepted. Let's attack trans people because that's a conversation that hasn't entered as much into the public sort of frame. So it's like they'll become our next target, and it's like you have to stand with other people because you will be next once they've gotten rid of like another group. Like it won't end with them, and it won't end with you, kind of thing. So we have to be as inclusive of other people as possible.
I think that's it's an interesting thing you do. Like it's something that I think we've seen like a lot on social media in particular. It is like a kind of divide and conquer strategy. It's like it's what they are using, and you find that it doesn't stop. It will not stop if they go hard on like trans rights, for example, and dismantle a lot of the good progress that's been made. Like the next step will be, oh well, we need to roll back this, and that's completely unacceptable. So I think that
And
also
we-
speaks to. Sorry, go on.
No, it's like we've seen it throughout history. It's like the same argument we've made over and over again about various different groups, and it's like people need to recognise this is a pattern,
Yeah.
and it's like they are trying to pick off your potential allies so that you're not going to have as many people sort of there to fight your corner. And
Yeah.
that is why, like, despite our different experiences, you know, we have to be together and support each other.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think when it comes to, like the like the answer to divide and conquer is to just not get divided. I think that's it's pretty much what we're getting at here. How much?
Exactly.
How much to make me eat a jelly? So there's two options. For £10, you can make me choose from the roulette jelly bean bowl. Okay, so that I don't know. Like, there's a whole bunch in there. However, there is also the like. These are all bad. These are all terrible. So if you want me to specifically eat a terrible jelly bean, you can inflict that pain on me by donating £20. If you, I think Jessica had put it in stream or someone else did, but if you can't donate via Tiltify, unfortunately it won't go towards the progress bar, which is a shame because I like seeing the bar move along. But if you send us like a receipt of a donation and you want one of the rewards, like let's say you donate 20 quid and you want me to eat a Mingin jelly bean, just say, and I'll do that. So Shark, I realise I'm really bottling it with all of my icebreaker questions, but like what's something you've achieved this year that you're proud of, and what's something you would like to do next year?
Well, this year, unfortunately, the reason I no longer work in the third sector was not my choice or my organisation's choice. It's just the cost of living absolutely decimated sort of funding sources. And unfortunately, you know, I had to seek work elsewhere.
That's a shame.
In saying that, I did sort of manage to get a welding apprenticeship. So
Awesome.
that's what I'm doing with my time.
Brilliant. How long's that for?
So it's 4 years basic. You can complete the sort of certification. You can complete the sort of documentation side of things.
Cool.
Probably within a year and a half. But absolutely fuck that. I am not doing that much writing in one go.
That's fair.
But yeah, it's like 4 years. I dare say I would like to go back to the third sector, but obviously I want a trade certification first, so that'll be my fallback kind of thing.
No, that's
Because
fair.
and that's one thing I want to highlight. Like folk who are donating, like we got this. Obviously, I'm not speaking on behalf of Galop or trying to do that. I think you know, Galop can more than speak for themselves, and the sort of conversation that was had at the beginning of the stream, fantastic. But I've seen a lot of people, like particularly at my old work, who were like, "Oh well, my donation, it's not going to make much of a difference. It's only like £5." Every single penny of what you can donate to a charity or any third sector organisation, it gets used. It makes a massive difference to what we're able to do. Like even if it's just, for example, paying for like stationery for a group or an event, stuff like that. It all goes somewhere and it is all useful. So never think that like your quote unquote small donations don't do anything or don't go anywhere. They absolutely do. And it's just
that's
to use a cheesy wee sort of metaphor, for lack of a better term, it's like even the smallest drop of water still makes ripples. You don't have to
nice.
Like, you know, what you do counts. So never feel like, you know, it's pointless to do something. Like all that money absolutely does help.
No, that's brilliant, Sharko. Thanks very much. I think we're about to have another speaker come on. One thing I will do, however, just as we reach the 2-hour mark, I'm gonna go for a piss. All of you have been telling me to hydrate. I've been drinking. That's nearly like 2 litres drank within 2 hours. I'm gonna be peeing for Scotland for the majority of this stream.
Get a snack that isn't gowping jelly beans either. Or gipping, sorry. I was confusing bowping with gipping.
Right, I'm gonna go on free, but thanks very much, Sharko. I'm gonna nip away before Luke comes on.
I know it was great to be on.
You'll be coming back on later anyway, so.
Oh well.
I'll catch you in a bit. 1 wee second.
Right.
Do apologise. Oh, and relax. You jelly bean arseholes. Nah, I'm joking. Right. So, I believe someone said that I had to eat a dirt one. Did someone donated 20 and then said to eat a dirt one? Is that correct? Which means I need to line up the... Okay. No, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah. Dirt. You know what? One of these I'm actually going to really like, haven't I? So there we go. There is a dirt one. I hope it is dirt as opposed to the rather dangerous alternative. The worst thing about that is that it does taste like dirt and it's also not terrible. No,
I'd be really concerned if it wasn't dirt and you liked it anyway.
it's you know what? It's actually still not great. How are you doing, Luke?
Oh, I'm grand, love. How you keeping?
I am doing not too bad. We're 2 hours in, and that's just a normal stream, innit?
You're 2 hours in and you're £389 up, which is very admirable.
It is not too bad, to say the least. We'll keep going. I think we'll see how many jelly beans I'll have by the end of the day.
I'm wondering how long it will take for you to get to 420.69 because I see that in your very immediate future. To be honest,
yeah, I have an inkling that'll be coming up at some point.
I can see it.
So I was wondering if you fancy giving yourself a wee introduction. Is that all right?
I suppose I might as well. My name is Luke. I am Scotland's biggest queer TM. It's just a branding. I use they them pronouns. I'm a non-binary person. I know the accent's a big giveaway, but I'm also very Scottish, and I think that's decent enough. I'm a content creator, a full-time content creator. I stream just like I.
You do indeed. I was going to say, I was like, you've no mentioned your Twitch channel yet. But no, that's good. And I'm going to get the icebreaker question this time. What have you achieved this year that you're proud of, and what would you like to achieve next year?
Oh, Ken, I was actually just listening to this question. I was like, I've got nothing, and I was like, actually, hold on. I've done loads this year. I'm booked and busy, babe. Like, so I think what I can see, So I've got some things coming up in the coming weeks that I'm very, very excited about. But what I can say is that the thing I'm proudest is working at Chucklefish this year.
Awesome.
I worked as a marketing assistant at Chucklefish. Had an incredible time there. Learned absolute loads. And I'm very, very thankful for them for having me. So, oh my god, yes! I just noticed your Who done that?
Thanks, Hex. That was Hex.
Thanks, Hex. Hex.
Fantastic. 420.69. There's one for
all.
everyone. So, so you had a good time with Chucklefish?
Honestly had an absolutely incredible time with Chucklefish. Do you ken that way, like, as a content creator, you'll get to a point where you're like, do you ken, I feel like I can do this. I've got the skills. I just don't really know how to tie them together to get a job out of it. Well, like Chucklefish absolutely smashed it.
Magic.
Absolutely smashed it. They were very impressed with what I did, and honestly, I was very impressed with what I did. I was like, you know what, I did a good job. I'm quite happy with this.
Magic.
And now I've got a couple of companies that are very eager for me to move to London to work with them, and I'm like, I'll work with you, but not from London.
No. I would like to be able to pay bills, please.
I'd like to eventually have a mortgage one day, perhaps. Like, no,
that's
been stuck with landlords forever.
No, that's very fair. But no, it's that's great. So you're high in demand. That's brilliant.
Well, I'm also just very high. I'm very tall. But no, it's exciting. Things are doing very, very well for me right now.
That's great. And what about next year? Do you have a goal for next year that you're like your sights are locked on? Could be career, could be personal, could be a PB in the gym.
Do you ken what? I'll throw this out here. Myself and my partner Jack are house hunting at the moment.
Nice.
So I would like to move out of this wee flat next year and have our own a wee three bedroom new build somewhere. Like, do you know what I mean?
You know what's good about you know what's good about that. One of those rooms will just be your streaming office. Like,
mate, you've no idea. I'm buzzing.
It's gonna be amazing.
That's cool. And you ken what? I'll be able to decorate it on my own, and Jack will have no say on it. This is my room. You get the rest of the house. I get in here.
My room, my decor, none of it.
That's exactly it. And it's gonna be ugly, and there's gonna be too many colours, and there's gonna be flashing schemes. I don't care. care. I'm here for the clownery.
Brilliant. So we're raising money for Galop today, as you know. And I suppose I'm asking quite a lot of folk this, but what's your kind of perception of like services that are designed around a specific group? How valuable those services are? And obviously, we can go into some of your personal experience as well. You don't need to if you don't want to.
You're grand. I'm not kidding.
But yeah, you did mention there's obviously been times that you've had to go through some not great situations.
I think every queer person I know has. I mean, even our very own Keith in chat. Not long ago, we had like a wee community meetup, and it was lovely. I was walking Keith to the train, and we had angry words shouted at us in the middle of Glasgow city centre, and I'm like, listen, I don't care. Like, it's happened. Like, I used to work security. I've had all sorts of things thrown at me, but that's no the point if I can handle it. It's everybody else. I might be a big boy, like whatever, but that doesn't matter. Like, you shouldn't have to be intimidating to avoid a hate crime, and that's why services like Galop are so invaluable. Like, they do put the work in. Like, see earlier on when they all talked about everything they did, I was genuinely very, very impressed. And that's why I think what you're doing, you are having this charity stream, you're helping raise funds for the incredibly vital work that they do is a really admirable thing. And I'm sure not just myself, but Galop and everyone else in chat, everyone who's donated, and eventually everyone who will benefit from the services that you're helping fund is incredibly grateful for what you're doing.
Oh, that's very kind of you to say. I mean, I think like when it comes from me, obviously, I feel like I'm never going to say anything like I didn't have any stake in the game, because like I do, because like all my friends are part of the community in some way or form. It's like
I see them all in chat, all the queers you've assaulted, like.
It's like there's an ongoing joke that I'm just like the token straight guy in the Discord. I'm just
we've
there
got
to
some
kind
of
of
them as well.
I'm just there to kind of like bob about. But no, I think like when it comes to, and, like, to be honest, this is why I like having tons of speakers on events like this, because like there's gonna be things that you can touch on that I'll just never like. I'll never be able to put myself in that position because I've never experienced it.
In the nicest way possible. I really hope that you never have to experience it.
No, that's very fair. I'm definitely not looking for it. But no, I think it's like it's great having like people like yourself on, because you'll be able to you can talk about these things in a lot more detail than I'll be able to do, and hopefully through my range of interview questions we can
really pinpoint on some crucial information.
We can nail down a couple of wee things.
You've done this before.
I have, but I suppose like maybe coming at it from like a content creator perspective, and of course like you're big both in size and in audience, like the.
And in heart, most importantly. And in heart.
And in heart, of course. But like, how does it feel to be like, a prominent LGBT like creator? Obviously, there's a great community around you because I've been in your streams, but like, obviously that comes with like, potentially people seeing you from the outside, like when you're walking down the street in Glasgow. Like, obviously, you're probably a bit long in the tooth in it now, and you know exactly what to expect. But how's that evolved when you first sort of started content creation?
Massively. So if you are someone who's new to streaming, you are much more prone to harassment because you don't have the numbers to help you. That's why even as a small streamer, I would always have a mod or two to help you out, because you are prone to being a victim, essentially, of a hate crime. I don't get it as much anymore. But again, like, it doesn't bother me. But that's the thing. Like, Twitch has some really good tools to help with these sorts of things nowadays, especially after having not such great tools. But I think more focused on the positive aspects of being a queer content creator rather than the negatives.
Of course.
It's been an absolutely incredible time. I am now an award-winning streamer. Nice. I was nominated for Gaming Mag's Rising Star of 2020. What year is it? 22?
I think it's 22.
I don't know, like recently anyway, right? So I'm now an award-winning streamer. I'm a very openly non-binary person, despite the fact I look, sound, and probably for the most part act very masculine, but that doesn't matter. My gender is for me, my pronouns are still they, them, and I think through the fact that I am not androgynous, that I am very masculine, I think that's helped a lot of other people kind of get to make peace with the fact that they're maybe not as cis as they think they are. I've had a good handful of streamers come to me and be like, actually, because of you, I've now made peace with myself that I'm also they, them are, like, non-binary person. I think because, again, I wear makeup. I'm a qualified makeup artist. I think that allowing people to have that creative outlet through just, honestly, just play your makeup. Honestly, like... well, I don't know, just make it work more comfortable. Even, like, I wear women's quote-unquote clothes. Like, I wear sports bras all the time now. Do you know why? Because I look absolutely devastating in them. I look so good in sports bras. Now, I've got my new brand. Like, I'll wear skirts. Do you know why? I've got huge thighs, no one to show them off. And I think everyone should have those moments where, like, do you know what? Yeah, I like... Because I see, like, the dads going out in the shirt, then the jeans, and, like, those brown kind of loafer shoes.
Yeah, jeans and shoes. Yeah.
Aye. And I'm like, treat yourself. Do you relax? It makes you feel good, or do you relax feel that's what you're supposed to wear?
That's my signature look on a night out look.
This is me pulling you out. Grab a skirt, right? Get some skirt on, like, put the liner on, like.
It's very fair. But like, no, it's good to like hear that, and it's like, how would you say that your like community's helped a lot with that? Like, not like obviously you would have done it yourself anyway, but like, we've just achieved our 500 goal. Get in.
525.69, stunning.
Which means I think I need to write Tristan's name on my face.
Thank you very much.
That's brilliant. It's because you're on, look. That's what it is.
I told you I'd be here for clownery, right? This is my clownery issue.
So I've just seen someone, blue or lights, what amount of damnation to make eyes show some cleavage? I will get out
you-
the tank top if you want to
I
donate.
do.
That's fine. I'm
Aye
not,
for
I'm not
cleavage.
shy. Aye for cleavage. This is. I knew that chat would descend into this very quickly,
Good.
and here we are.
As it should.
As it should. But no, yeah, I suppose like so from like your community standpoint, like obviously you've got a great community. We share quite a lot of like viewers and stuff as well. But
I'm
like
noticing some familiar faces in there.
they're always about in some form or another.
Can't we get rid of them?
But like yeah, so when it came to you doing like you starting out content creation, I mean I don't really know, like you started out streaming, like obviously there's your persona, there's the streaming persona, but there's also it kind of blends together at some point.
I think Scottish people in particular have a streaming voice.
Yes.
And I think it's funny as fuck. Like, there's two people who have. There's one, like, one's an old friend who has a streaming voice. Like, hey, friend, thank you for coming on in. And I'm like, you're enunciating so much because no one can understand. Like, I get it. I get it. But when have you ever called someone friends? Don't be a weirdo. Just like, know what I mean?
It's,
just talk normally.
No, that 100%. I'm with you on that one. Like, the amount of times that like, I feel like it's because when you start to speak to like an international audience, you really placate your accent to like a silly degree, and then there's this
right down,
like
and enunciate a lot more. Like, you know what I mean?
When like we refer to it as like I do like an Outlander voice if I really want to like go for it, but then that's me dancing along the lines of like not like that kind of, it's almost like the overly Scottish Edinburgh accent.
Not Edinburgh accent, derogatory on.
No. you know what I mean though. It's that one.
I know the one.
Sorry for everyone in chat. I'm not changing my T-shirt in the middle of talking to someone as a speaker. It's not happening. I'll do it. I'll do it in a bit. I need to go and fetch it. I don't want to leave you. But I will. I'll do it. It's
you don't
fine.
trust me. You don't trust me. You're trying. That's fine. You can just say that. Like, just get it off your chest.
Aye, Luke's actually here to sabotage. So that's what's funny. That's what's happening. I see it.
No, you see, if I felt that my communities helped that at all. Honestly, no shade to them. No, this is how I've always been. Like a menace, clownery, right? But there is an element to being. I mean, this is who you are, but you don't get that validation from yourself. You get validation from other people being like, "Here, you're actually really fucking cool as you are." And in that regard, your community does help a lot.
I was gonna say, I've never fucking heard that from my community. What's going on?
Every day you're right now. Right now. You're so cool.
Oh. But no, I mean, like, I think you're right though. Is that, like, when you do start streaming and like you start to like kind of enter that thing, like, I feel like a lot of my community have done like a lot in terms of like the education side of it. Now, obviously, you're in the community. Like, I don't think I would be like doing like lots of charity streams like these if it wasn't for my community. But no, I'm always kind of intrigued in how like there's like the kind of public like aspect of being a content creator, and then there's the when you turn off the camera and you can like kind of lie back a wee bit and go.
You fall asleep immediately as soon as stream's out.
It's like and make a joke about Keith, and then.
Oh no, I talked to Keith directly at him. Like, where is he actually? Let's make a joke.
Right in chat.
No, I get that, and I think when you first start out in streaming, like there is that kind of persona. But I've been here for nearly 3 years in April, I think. And I'm at that point now where I don't care. I just I mean, nobody knows my name, thankfully, like for now. But no, I'm just kind of me on stream now. I think there was absolutely those points where I would hold off and I wouldn't say something and I wouldn't talk how I usually talk or whatever. But I'm just at that point where no, it's too much effort. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna be me. I'm gonna chat shite. We're playing these games. I'm gonna make folk laugh because at the end of the day, as a queer person, the world's hard, man. Like, especially if you spend 5 minutes on Twitter a day, that's not self-care, babe. That's self-hate. Like,
that's doom scrolling.
Aye, and like, listen, it's just hard to see if I can get on here. I can make a clown of myself for a few hours to make somebody's day a wee bit easier. I'll absolutely do it.
Aye.
And that's what kind of pushes me to the content creation. I just want folk to laugh. I don't want folk to feel better because it's hard. And if I can help, then I should. And that's why everybody who's donated to Galop is helping. It's helping queer people, and it is really appreciated.
No, that's good. I suppose like you've obviously, you're no a stranger to your own charity streams. You've raised money for LGBT Scotland and stuff like that, haven't you?
Yeah, LGBT Youth Scotland. I'm a big fan of what they do because I think it's very important for not just for queer people as a whole to have spaces where there isn't alcohol based. I mean, you've got gay bars, gay clubs, but aside from that, there's no really much else of like a safe space. There's a few. I think I've seen a couple of LGBTQIA plus cafes kind of bit recently, and they seem like a really good idea. But as a queer youth, LGBT Youth Scotland really help with, if similar actually to a bit of what Galop do, just helping with maybe parents that aren't really accepting. Maybe I think over the pandemic as well, they had like this kind of Discord server for kind of essentially just for queer kids to be themselves with other queer kids, like, because it's hard, man, and that's why it's really good to help these charities. If you've got the funds, like, don't go out and harass yourself if you can't afford it. But simply being here during the charity stream is plenty in itself. But if you can donate, then it would really appreciate if we could.
Is massively appreciated. And that actually reminds me, I'll probably need to like jump out the game for a wee second to go and extend the goal, which is cool. So we'll do that just now. This will probably end up like absolutely wreaking havoc on the progress bar. It'll probably break it or something, but let's see if it does. It's gonna fuck it somehow, isn't it? I can tell. Oh no,
just
no.
Faith.
Oh no.
Faith.
Oh, Faith came through.
Ah, see.
That was, yeah, there we go. Boom. So that is our next goal, everyone. And I dare say there's plenty fucking jelly beans to eat. Not that any of them are good. There's one called sausage, and I'd know like that'll be the worst flavour. Like distilling this. Sorry, go on.
So is it no two? So there's no sausage in whatever the bad one is?
No. So like the one for the £20 donation is explicitly all the bad ones.
Oh.
So it's earwax, vomit, dirt, soap, booger, sausage, rotten egg, earthworm, black pepper, and grass.
That's vile. What one's booger though? You had that one yet?
I've not had booger. No one's. I've had vomit, but yeah, I've not had booger.
So just so I get the rules, so if someone in chat directly right now were to donate £20 and say they wanted you to have a booger,
yeah,
you would have to have. Oh, that's very interesting.
It's funny how that works. Yeah. And like, why is sausage the bad one? Because I know that like it'll be too real and dangerous. Like I reckon it will be like. I feel like it's the most normal one out of all the jelly beans there. Like, all the other ones are, like... I mean, black pepper will probably be fine. But, like, sausage, nah. I'm not sure. And then I've also got a bowl of... If it's a £10 donation, then I've got a jelly bean roulette, which has good ones mixed in. So, it is like more of a roulette type challenge.
Hold on, there's a wee question here, if I may. What would you say to queer folks who are afraid to leave their house due to abuse they receive on a daily basis? I am not someone who can answer that question, unfortunately. I'm just not qualified. However, with that said, that does sound like something that Galop is expressly formed to deal with. If I remember correctly, they've got chats you can talk to. There's like, if I remember from earlier on, there was the chat that you could talk to if you're not feeling comfortable talking to a person. They were talking that they had they had a text service as well.
Text service and 3 hotlines, going to be 4 hotlines as of next year. So,
so Daphne, as much as I can't help you with that, like you absolutely should check out Galop. That is exactly what they're there for. Please do that.
Awesome. No, that's good. I think Galop's also in chat, so be on hand for links and stuff. We'll probably need to make Galop a VIP if we can, just so they can post links. So I'm going to do that just now. Again, you've joined when I'm doing all the admin. Look, that's what's happening.
Oh, that's grand. I was just gonna come in. It's been very serious thus far, and I was like, I'll just come in and do what I do best, which is just being a menace.
That's exactly what I'm after. Oh no, Google wants to update. Why are we doing this?
Oh, but that was your first mistake for having Google in the first place. That seems very
the
you.
thing is, I've got Firefox up instead, but Firefox is being silly, so I'm just having to dart around.
It's just part of the.
It is. But yeah, I suppose on the on like the more kind of Galop question side, when it comes to oh, sorry, one sec. Go away. Sorry, not you. Look, you're allowed to stay.
No, that's fine. I'll leave. You just see.
No. Yeah, I want you back. But yeah, like on the Galop side of things, like you know, what is your thoughts in regards to like some of the more like the work that Gallup do? Obviously, there's a lot of like frontline services, but there's also the kind of more political ones, like, you know, Gender Recognition Act reform and, you know, ending conversion therapy. And we've already heard from like Lenny and Karen talk about like those specific things and the kind of function of it. Like how, like as a kind of like prominent content creator in those things, in regards to when it comes to like, I'm guessing you've been keeping very much up to date with like GRA reform and everything like that.
Unfortunately, I do spend time on Twitter, let it be known. So I feel like I'm against my will learning about these things.
And like, I imagine that there's flack that's been caught there on that side, just in regards to just existing on these platforms and all the horrible people that are on them.
I give or take, but also like my partner's a trans man. Like I'm a non-binary person. Whenever you spend any time on social media nowadays as a queer person, these are just the people you have to deal with. Which is devastating. It is upsetting because essentially, like, we just want to live in peace. You know what I mean? Like, why are you making your whole personality hating a minority that's already so fucking small?
Yeah, like, I mean, it's minuscule, like minuscule proportion of the population and everything like that.
You've got someone with billions and wealth and power spending said wealth and power to make the life of these people miserable, and it's just fucking exhausting. Sorry, am I allowed to swear?
Yeah, absolutely. That's it's encouraged actually. No, I mean, I think that's like a really good point, and I think, you know, when like. I think it's sometimes quite easy to get into the kind of doom scrolling on Twitter and things like that. And I think it's kind of why, like, people who maybe aren't part of the community also, like, need to try and, you know, speak up for and in defence of and make sure that, you know, that doesn't crowd out someone's kind of point of view. So I suppose maybe from your point of view, what are some of the things that maybe people who aren't in the community could maybe do to be more kind of inclusive allies? I know that's quite a grandiose question as well, but
I think it's maybe not as easy as that, because I've been thinking recently, as I'm prone to do, and it not necessarily these people don't necessarily not want to be allies. They just don't really understand the problems that queer people have to face nowadays. For example, I had one of my friends go to Harry Potter World recently, and I had to have that conversation about why that maybe wasn't such a great idea. And it's just because queer people are in such a bubble of having to defend ourselves constantly. We do need to keep a better eye on politics. We do need to keep a better eye on pop culture because of certain authors.
Not naming names.
Yeah.
Even though it's very obvious.
Like, to us, it is obvious, though. That's the thing. Yeah. Like, but to the average person, they don't know. They've got no way of knowing. It's not necessarily malice. It's just ignorance because it's not within their circle.
Yeah.
So I think most people, for the most part, do want to be good allies. They do. They just don't know how to. And at that point, I think that's where my kind of expertise is not right, and that's where kind of politics in our state falls into it, because I think most people do want to be better or do better. They just don't really know how to.
No, I mean, I think it's a good way to term it, because I think there's definitely a lot of people, and there's always a lot of discussion, particularly around the likes of, like, we're just going to say it's J.K. Rowling. We're talking about J.K. Rowling.
Aye.
But like, I think, like, I get a wee bit annoyed when I see people who genuinely come out with like concerns and like, you know, like talking to your friend about Harry Potter World. And
Right.
then there's this kind of like, you get into almost like this kind of like semantic conversation around like, oh, you can separate the art from the like the artist, and like it becomes like, yeah, but you're also like helping
There
reinforce
is
a lot
ways
of it.
around that though. For
Yeah.
example, I've been getting a lot of emails about the new Harry Potter game that's coming out recently,
Yep.
which I have vehemently against. And people are like, "Oh, well, if you want, you can just pirate it." And I'm like, "No, you can't even pirate it
Nah,
because even do you remember when Game of Thrones was
a thing.
stuck out about?
Yeah.
Stuck out about. There is still ways of tracking that data, being like, oh, so many people pirated it, some people bought it, and if enough people pirate it, enough people buy it, they'll be like, oh, let's make a sequel.
Yeah.
If you completely drain it of any sources of revenue as best as you can, people are not going to invest in it to make a sequel. People are not going to invest in it to make a new Harry Potter movie. If you can drain her of any wealth that she's potentially going to get, you can stop it essentially. There is ways of saying that, yeah, you can separate the art from the artist, but the artist is currently still actively harming minorities, and by encouraging that art, you are participating in that harm.
No, that's that's a brilliant point. Like I think it's like, particularly when it comes to the game, I'm kind of exhausted because I really want, like, there's obviously other content creators that are like so hyped for it, and I'm just kind of like, oh, it's not gonna be me. Like, to be honest, I don't really care if you've been waiting years for like a Harry Potter game to like come out and really like knock the socks off you or anything. I can't, like, you're just not gonna catch me playing it. And I think. Sorry, go on.
There's just in chat quickly, like Hogwarts Legacy game, and I've been reading on it, confirmed JKR will receive no money from the game because she already has. They've paid the loyalties for it,
Yeah.
and if they make a sequel, they'll have to pay her again to keep those loyalties. And that's what I'm saying. Like you can't separate the art from the artist while she's actively doing harm. Like I don't care how much you want to play this game. If you play the game, I do not think you're an ally. Like that's just how I'm setting it down. If you play this game, to me, you are actively participating in the harm of queer people.
Because you're funding it. Like, and yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely spot on when it comes to like the people who, like, it's like they've already paid for that license. Like that's already been dealt with. So it's like, you know, she in her contract, and this is maybe where like a lot of people maybe don't understand how like the kind of world of like game development and like making and licenses and all this stuff kind of like it becomes very, very murky, so that the average person doesn't know unless they're in the industry. But no, I think this is a kind of spot on what you're saying. Like there's no point in like keeping, it's almost like it's a bit like Keepy Uppy. I feel like Harry Potter was nearly dead with the whole Fantastic Beast film proper bombing, and it's like people are just allowing it to continue. Like we can move on, there's new stories now. There's older stories that are better.
However, I do believe that is my time to call it. I'm
that is
sorry,
your time.
Helga, put you into your spot.
Oh, don't leave.
No, that's absolutely fine. Thanks very much for your time today, Luke. I really, really appreciate it.
Good luck with everything, and thank you everyone for being here and supporting Callum's stream. Right.
Callum, off.
Bye.
See you in a bit.
Oh, sorry. Stream.
It's all good. Hi, Hilda.
Hiya.
How you doing?
I am all right.
You having
I
a good
think.
day so far?
I'm just like a bit nervous for having to follow up Luke, who is like the coolest Scottish person. So
that's all right. You're the coolest Netherlands person.
I mean, yeah, that is true.
So
yeah,
I
there
mean,
aren't many cool Netherlands people. So
yeah, that's true. I agree. Nah, I'm joking. So how do you want to introduce yourself to chat? If that's cool.
I will try. So I'm Hilda. I am from the Netherlands originally. Then I moved to the UK 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, maybe. And then luckily I moved to Scotland from England quite soon after because I couldn't handle England very well. So now I'm in Scotland. Now I will just tell people I'm Scottish. I feel like I should.
That's cool. You're as Scottish as I am.
Yeah.
So where were you in England?
I was in London.
Ah, okay, that explains it.
Which is arguably the worst place to be.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. And
Yeah.
then you travelled on up to here, and
I did.
you're now Edinburgh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Edinburgh.
That must have been like a change. Like
from the Netherlands or
yeah,
from,
well,
from
actually,
London?
so like where were you from in the Netherlands then?
So I'm from like central Netherlands, a very fun Bible Belt area. We love those.
Okay.
Yeah, central Netherlands. Honestly, have you ever been to the Netherlands?
I have, yes.
It's just so flat.
Yep.
That's all I've got to say about it. So it's quite nice to be in Scotland where things are not as flat and kind of just a bit nicer.
Do you like hiking and stuff like that, or is
I
it
mean,
just nice to have a
I
different
would-
view?
I would like hiking if I wasn't such a tired person.
That's
But
fair.
when I get the chance, I do love a bit of a hike.
Nice, cool. And what is you've introduced yourself and you've not really touched on game dev at
Yeah,
all. I can't believe
yeah.
you've not done that.
Yeah. So I call myself a retired content creator because I quit that a while ago and I went into the typical content creator game dev pipeline. I feel like
I know it well.
That's a bit of a thing. Like, yeah, I heard that Luke went through the same pipeline. Yeah, and so did you.
Yep.
It's kind of like an easy thing, right? You know how to market yourself a little bit, and you've been doing it for many years. It's like I can do this for a game, probably. So, and I
can take a stab at it. Yeah.
yeah, I was like, I need a job in the UK, and I will just do that. And I got very lucky.
Nice. I mean, like, I'm the game that you're working on. Like, I've seen it crop up for ages. It is also extremely cute. Like, you want to tell us a wee bit about that?
Yeah, so it's called Paleo Pines. It's a game about little dinosaurs, and it's like a ranching sim, and the dinosaurs can help you on your ranch, and you can run around the fields and frolic with just cute dinosaurs, and it's great.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
you should see the artwork for it. It was like I think I was following you, and I was seeing all of like the kind of, because I think that's the thing when you're doing like marketing for a game and you're doing the kind of marketing and community management side, is that like your personalities kind of merge. You end up like your account becomes the game promotion account as well. But no, that's cool. So I suppose, like, you know, obviously we're raising money for Galop here today. And we're doing a lot in regards to you know, raising money and raising awareness about all the different things that LGBT people kind of have to face. Gallup specifically look at like violence and abuse, and well, I say specifically, they also have you know, all the hotlines for all the different things, and like for your kind of approach and your kind of like angle to this, like obviously I'm coming at it from like an ally perspective, and like that, like, is like, what do you think about like what do you think about services like that are, you know, very tailored to a specific community of people, and like how necessary they are? I know I've probably worded that question terribly, but hopefully you can take a swing at it.
I think they're very necessary, Connor. Yeah,
Good.
It's like I've only come into my queerness, I guess, over the last little few years, and I'm in a straight presenting relationship, so I don't often like, I find it hard to connect to people who have had the experiences sometimes, because I don't have those experiences myself. But in the Netherlands, I grew up in the Bible Belt. There weren't a lot of resources available. I didn't actually know a lot of queer people, so just like you, I like later on in life, I opened myself up to learning more about people and learning about the struggles and not being taken seriously. And I feel like causes like this are amazing for that, especially tailoring to people who don't feel safe in, you know, a regular space, where it's just like a bit more straight catered. And I think it's very important that there's safe spaces for people.
No, that's that's a good way of like kind of terming it. I mean, like that's an interesting thing, because I'd say that like while I like I don't, I'm trying to remember actually, like seeing going through like high school, I don't, like there almost definitely was, but I feel like there's not anyone that from my high school that sticks out in my mind as being like LGBT.
Yeah.
Like there's a few now, but I don't remember it being like someone who was out at the time. And as like kind of coming, I almost want to say like getting introduced into this world slightly later. You know, kind of sounds like a similar path that, you know, I'd kind of been on in regards to like coming into kind of content creation, and obviously the internet, you can meet everyone on, particularly Tumblr, which is the best social media website. It is.
I'm loving your advocating for Tumblr and everyone going back to Tumblr.
Everyone should be on Tumblr. Is all I'm saying.
I'm trying to return to Tumblr. I'm trying, doing my very best. My partner is a big Tumblrer.
Yeah,
so,
that's how I met your partner.
I know, yeah. So yeah, he's a big Tumblrer, and I'll be sitting somewhere in the house, and I'll just hear giggling, and I'm like, oh, he's on Tumblr again. I want to giggle too. So
yeah. Sorry, I'm getting angrily waved at by Jessica because it's also how you met your current partner as well. So yeah, I met Jessica through Tumblr.
Tumblr.
All I had to do was run a politics blog, and then.
I mean, I learned most of my like Scottish politics knowledge through your Tumblr, even though I wasn't active on it. I just read it. So, you're doing important work.
I can only apologise.
But Tumblr, I have a bit of a strange relationship with Tumblr because I was on it in my like the height of my emo days, and there was some toxic stuff going on Tumblr.
Yeah.
And I left because of that, and coming back to it has felt a bit strange. I don't know. I just need to like ease myself back into the vibe. I made a whole new blog so I don't associate with my old one anymore. But,
no,
yeah.
that's very fair. I unfortunately missed like the on ramp. Like there was a point in Tumblr's history where like everyone was like a massive fan of like tattooed emo boys.
I was probably one of those people.
And I completely missed that train. It wasn't until like 2014 that I got my tattoos, and then by that time the fad had passed. So yeah,
you're like, oh no, why did I get these now?
I was like, damn, all I had to do was get tattoos. I should have got them sooner. But sorry, I realise I keep on doing it. People need to in chat remind me. I missed my icebreaker question.
It's fine. You don't have to.
No.
I need
to delve into your life. What's something that you're proud of doing this year, and what's something that you would like to do next year?
Mine's a little sad. I must admit.
That's fine.
I've not done many big things this year. I'm just kind of like trying to find my way in life at the minute. So I guess my biggest achievement is making friends.
That's not sad at all. It's so
a
hard.
Bit sad because it implies I didn't have any before.
No,
which is
that's
a bit
true, it's unbelievably hard to make friends in like adulthood. It
is hard when you just move to a city where I didn't know anyone in Edinburgh apart from one friend who moved here from London not too long ago, and I spent a year and a half like trying to just like find a way to make friends. It's so hard when you're 30.
Yeah, it's difficult because like one, you've actually got to like you're so used to like interacting with like colleagues and stuff that you end up having that as being like your kind of default as close as you get with people, and you can
when you work from home. It's harder even.
And I think that becomes more difficult. I mean, like the amount like when we talk about like communities and stuff like that, like communities of old, like you know that one show. I think people it's quite it's a small show. It's an indie TV show. It's called Friends.
I've not heard of it.
Yeah, no, one. No, don't worry. No one should watch it. But like you don't get that kind of friends who would like drift in and out of each other's like flats or anything like that.
Yeah.
You don't get everything now has to be planned like weeks in advance for anyone's schedule to be remotely clear. It's kind of annoying. And then if, like the other thing is like attending a club, which then becomes the only thing you do as friends.
Yeah, and it's also a huge commitment to like start going to a club.
Yeah. Like, I mean...
It just feels like quite big, you know? And what if you don't like anyone at this club?
Exactly.
You don't know. Like... Someone just said by the time you're 30, you've got actual standards, and that is very correct. Like, I've been very picky, which made it harder, but I just don't have time for people who, you know, I don't agree with on a lot of things, and
No, and I don't think that's a bad thing, to be honest. I think that's like perfectly normal. Sorry,
it's Oh, what's going on?
No, I'm going through my first evolution at the moment, and I'm just making sure that it's all good. We'll see how we go. Fingers crossed.
I've been watching this, and I'm really interested in this game.
This game is amazing.
I just want to be monkey for a little bit. It just seems fun.
there's a really good YouTuber that made like a really good video about it. They're called AyeforScotland, and you should check out my YouTube channel. I did.
I've not heard of them. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll try.
They're pretty shit anyway. But this game's amazing. Like, this is like one of my standout games of like the past 10 years, because it's like, it just makes you think about so much stuff. Like like I had to learn how to like move one object from one hand to the other, and it's like there was some point where like an ape way back actually did like give one object to their other hand, and was like, holy shit, I can do that. What the fuck? You know, it was like...
You never really think about how deep it actually is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, evolution in general.
Oh, it's incredible. And like I go into evolutionary, like there's like the gamification of evolution here, which is kind of cool. I've just realized someone asked me to eat I think there was a booger flavored one, and then there was someone donated 10 for a random one. So just to give you an idea, Hilda, I think you've been listening, but we've got a roulette bowl which has good and bad ones in it, and then we have another tray of just bad ones. So it's 10.
Which one do you have to do now?
So I've got one of each. So I'm gonna eat this one. They're gonna be both bad. They're gonna be both terrible, aren't they? So let's.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a bad omen. I'm notorious. So.
I should have had the booger one first. Fuck. That one's blueberry. Oh, it's gonna be ruined.
Yeah, that actually wasn't quite smart. Yeah, definitely.
No,
get the worst one. That's for sure the worst one out of the way.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever done. Also, Robin donated for I need to eat a booger and a sausage one at the same fucking time.
Oh, I'm really happy I'm here for the sausage one, actually. Don't eat them at the same time.
Right.
Maybe it is a nice mix.
Booger flavored sausage?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Do you want me to... Okay, I'll let you decide, Hilda. Am I doing the sausage one first or the booger?
I'm gonna say the booger.
Booger first, okay. Thanks, by the way.
Yeah, no worries. I thought you were a bit wary of the sausage one, though, so...
Fucking... It's like... It's vinegary, man. What the fuck? Is that what boogers taste like? I've never tasted my own. Can someone who's been eating their own boogers for years
I always wonder how they make these flavors, honestly.
During the test,
I just honestly, I don't want to think about it, actually. Never mind. I take it back.
How do they distill, like...
Yeah.
Essence of booger into like a jelly bean?
Who does the flavor, like, comparing and testing for this? Sorry, no, I can't. Sorry. I forgot. I can't continue speaking about this.
Sorry, I really like Hubris Incalculable went right in there with real booger is salty. Like no shame, no nothing. It's just like, yeah, this is how we do it. Okay, so that
Get on that sausage.
Oh, piss. Sorry, not piss. So I realised when you evolve, your clan actually moves around. You can move them manually yourself, but they can also just move to a different location, which is what's happened. Great.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. It's fine.
Now you're lost.
It's fine. We're only 2 hours 45 minutes in. It's all good. I need to orientate myself, but I need to try the sausage one. Is there a piss jelly bean? No, there's not. And that would be the worst. Right, sausage one. Let's go. Oh, it's like smoked sausage, but like.
Oh, is that worse or better?
Better worse because it's in the form of a jelly.
Sounds good.
Smoked sausage is lovely. Smoked sausage in a jelly bean is not.
No, that's mental.
Yeah. It's missing all of the texture. Oh God.
We recently went to the museum. What's it called? Camera Obscura in Edinburgh.
Yes, I saw.
And,
was it for your birthday?
It was for my birthday. Yes.
Yeah,
it was amazing. But they have like a big assortment of rock candy.
Okay.
And they have one that's haggis flavored.
Oh, nice.
And and my partner was super interested in that, and it turned out to it was actually just really good, but it did not taste like haggis at all. It was just like kind of like the spices, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, it was strange. It was probably better than the sausage jelly bean. But haggis jelly beans sounds kind of interesting. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've always said that haggis is the best like thing for like a fusion dish.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, haggis fajitas. Have you ever had a haggis fajita?
I have not. I've had
Or-
haggis burrito.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I was going to say I'm going to catch the ire of everyone who's really into Mexican cuisine, but it's like, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
But like have you tried haggis pakora?
I have not, but that sounds quite good.
We're gonna open your culinary experience up wide open. It's like you should try it. I think sometimes they're available in restaurants, but I think you can also just buy them in certain supermarkets. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't classify that as Scottish cuisine, but I was gonna say I'm
I
still getting
would.
used to. I'm still getting used to Scottish like cuisine. Is it cuisine? I don't know.
It's cuisine. We've got a cuisine. How dare you? We have a. I mean, like
when my partner gets a deep fried pizza supper, I'm just like, what is going on?
Are you saying you've never been tempted to try it?
I've tried it. I've tried deep fried pizza. Yes.
Yes.
Of course I have.
And did you like it? Be very careful with your answer.
No, I don't actually know. I've had one that I really liked, but maybe I was drunk for it. I don't know. And then
I mean,
had a
that's
few I
half.
didn't like.
That's half the experience of eating Scottish cuisine. Is like being Stephen at the same
haggis.
time.
I love haggis like bites.
Yeah.
I wouldn't eat like a whole thing of haggis probably, but I like the flavor.
Cool. No, that's
Is it
good.
a thing of haggis. A haggis. I don't know.
Yeah, haggis has a flavour and a texture where we can use really highbrow cuisine things, culinary. Fuck it, I don't know what I'm talking about now. Are you going to be playing Ancestors? I think you should get this. I think you should play the game.
I might. Yeah.
You should.
I'm kinda
Like
interested.
it's good from a exploration thing. I would say though, it's hard. Like.
Oh, is it?
I
don't really like hard.
It's not like the Dark Souls of evolution, but like it takes time to like get good at in a way that's like
because you're evolving.
Yeah, like like mechanically it's all very like fine. As in, it's all simple. It just sometimes it'll take you like a playthrough or two to learn all the mechanics. Which, when I say playthrough or two, I mean you'll probably end up killing your entire ape clan to begin with, and then
I'm terrible at games. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fine. You just get to monkey around.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in. It looks really fun. Might get it for the household.
Yeah, yes. You just be like, when it gets too hard, you can just be like, right, no, I'm not doing this bit.
Yeah, you do.
Give it to one of the cats.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Also, people have been talking about Dutch cuisine, and
oh shit,
it's not great either. So, I mean, I don't come from like the best cuisine land.
the best cuisine land. What are the kind of what are
the big one is stamppot, which is just like a big pot of mashed potatoes mashed together with other vegetables like kale or.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. So the big issue with this is it's the issue with Dutch cuisine and Scottish cuisine for me is that I don't like potatoes.
I can see where you'd have the problem.
I've moved to the wrong place to get rid of potatoes from my cuisine, but yeah.
I mean, like, what's your go-to? Like, I mean, like, ramen and rice is like the kind of like, do you do noodles or do you?
I love a noodle.
Love a noodle, yeah.
Love a noodle, yes.
Noodles are fantastic.
Yeah, ramen is definitely a go-to like comfort food.
Nice. I don't know of your local Chinese takeaway in Edinburgh, right? But there's one called Oriental Delight, and it is absolutely like lethal in regards to the amount of MSG and salt, but it's also amazing. It honestly is. It's fantastic.
It's in Edinburgh.
Yeah, it's in Edinburgh. So like what I'm saying is tonight when you're watching this stream and you're like, oh, I could really go to Chinese, and you don't need to tell your partner because he's in London at the moment, so it's all good. Like you can treat yourself to an Oriental delight.
You know what? I just might, to be
Yeah,
honest.
you should, and then you should report back to chat and be like, "This is actually really good."
Everyone who's in Edinburgh also get it.
Yeah,
We're all just gonna have it collaboratively. They're just like a fun together meal.
Actually, that's going to be on the. I'm going to do a poll later on that people will be able to vote for what I have for dinner.
Ooh.
So, like, as in, they'll have choices. It's a multiple choice. It's not a. No, I'm not getting bubblegum and anchovy pizza or any shit like that. It's not happening. I don't trust chat that much with my with what I eat, apart from jelly beans that are horrible.
You know what I've noticed about the UK, and I find it strange. You don't do tuna pizza, which is amazing. What's that about?
Actually, so one thing I would say to that is there's actually a place in Falkirk that does. I've never had it because
I've never been to Falkirk.
Well, now you've got an excuse.
Should I go see the wheel?
Yes. Like, you should see the wheel and you should see the Kelpies.
I've seen the Kelpies. I have seen the Kelpies. They
like,
are
as in,
amazing.
have you been at the Kelpies or have you driven past the Kelpies?
No, I have. My dad's a sculptor, so he
Oh,
wanted to see them. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
No, you should, like, if you have the chance, you should go and see the Falkirk Wheel. It is an engineering marvel, actually. It's, at least that's how I see it. It, like, apparently it's something like, it takes the energy of, like, 8 kettles to turn the wheel.
8 kettles?
Yeah, 8 kettles. Like, 8 electric kettles. That, like, to turn something that big. And this is lifting, like, tons of water and boats. You've now just got me doing a Visit Falkirk advert on stream, Hilda. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, so my partner keeps referencing this Falkirk advert where it says, like, the Falkirk Wheel, bring your gran or something. And he just keeps saying it, and I don't think it exists.
No, it does.
All the best of Falkirk in a wheel or something.
8 kettles worth of power, not actually 8 Yeah, no, it's not like the kettles are sitting there and you put them all on.
Someone has to turn them on every time. Like, oh, they're boiled now. Let's turn them back on.
The staff are all sick to death of cups of tea. They're just like, okay, I've had enough. Sorry. So how's the game dev side of things going? How's the game progressing? I know that you probably can't say much, but are you enjoying your time there?
I can't say much. What I can say is that because I work in indie dev,
yeah,
I have also gotten the opportunity to actually get into the development side of things. So I've become a level designer through my work.
That's awesome.
And it is so cool to be creating like a world that that someone is going to be able to run around in at some point. And all of that is progressing, and like we're in a good spot. I'm excited to show more once we can. But
nice.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
Just know that when you're playing it, there will be little bits of it that I have made. I don't know. Just like the coolest thing.
Literally every single second of me playing, I'll just be like sending you screenshots going to be like, this you. Over and over again. You'll be like, oh, for God's sake, just play the game.
Yeah. Yeah,
no,
that's a really cool part of game dev, I must admit.
No, that's awesome. And like, obviously, like when did you join? How long have you been working there for?
A bit over 2 years now.
That's awesome. Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm slightly more new to the game dev world, but like it's interesting seeing the back end of it in a way that it makes you appreciate all of the discourse online about game development a bit more.
Yeah.
And how few
it's quite
people
interesting.
I feel like game development's one of those things, like there's such a big separation in regards to what people know about it and like what they think they know about it and what they actually know about game dev.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things one of my favorite bits of feedback that we got recently on the game that I'm working on was why don't you just add multiplayer?
Yeah, like, why don't you just do that?
Just I'll just like go into the code. Just multiplayer equals on. There we go, sorted. Like just make
Come on, just do it.
Just it's easy.
Yeah.
But
just click the button and do it. It's done now.
But it's definitely one of those things that like kind of opened my eyes to like when I try not to critique games too much now because I know that like what goes on in the background. There's obviously some design decisions of like bigger games that I disagree with, but like there's like
Pokemon.
Oh yeah, like Pokemon, which like
Let's not talk about that.
I did.
I need to leave soon, and I won't be able to stop.
I was gonna say I did see that apparently you can like kiss your Pokemon by accident in this new game.
It's good. I've not noticed that yet.
Okay, well it's funny how you play Pokemon and I don't, and yet I know that you've been able to successfully avoid it. I'm guessing the new Pokemon's like I've seen it's still made a lot of money though. Is it not like?
Oh no, it's honestly a really, really fun game. I really like it. It just doesn't look that great. That's the only thing. It's got some bugs, but they're like the kind of bugs that make you laugh a bit. So I'm just like, just funny.
See that? Yeah, that's the fun bit about game bugs is when you have something that's game breaking but funny. It's fine. It's passable. It gets a pass.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I don't condone publishing. Like, condone is the wrong word. I agree that it's not the best it could be.
Yeah,
you know, but it's a small team, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I think, like teams are like strapped. I mean, unfortunately, like one of the games I was looking forward to this year that's just released, has been kind of monstered for its PC performance. Which is a shame because it's like I think there was some not so great communication regarding like crunch, like as in the devs were like kind of the owner of the studio was like tweeting about being proud of crunch and how everyone was just crunching off their own backs and they weren't told to do anything, and then the game's released with crunch and it's not up to standard.
Yeah, it's the worst, and it's just sad for the workers. You know, people in game dev work really hard.
Yeah,
and like some people are saying in the chat, it's true. A lot of people don't realize that the fact that something isn't looking finished is because the devs were not given enough time.
Yeah. Now that is exactly it. It's like they don't have the time, or it's it's not been properly project managed, or
the scope isn't wrong.
Yeah,
it's
and like to be honest, like for anyone who has played a game before and doesn't know much about the game dev thing, it's amazing that games are made at all. It requires coordination across so many like different groups of people all pedaling in kind of one and sometimes multiple directions. It really does take a lot of effort, and I think it's something that you can appreciate when you play. Also,
absolutely.
one thing that I would say is wish list all the games that you want to play on Steam because it helps them so much.
Please do it.
Like, and like if you like, I'm gonna do a wee bit of marketing on behalf of Paleopines. I'm gonna do your job for you, Hilda. But if you like the idea of a dinosaur ranch game, you should wishlist Paleopines on Steam. Hope that's okay for me to say, Hilda.
Yeah, absolutely. And just wishlist indie games. Always do it.
Yes, always
do it.
Because like Steam ranks like indie games and like understands their visibility better based on wish lists. So like that's why it's important. Even
if you're planning to get it on a different platform,
or
something, just wishlist it on Steam. Do it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hilda, I believe we've got a next group of speakers on.
Yes.
You're, of course, more than welcome to jump back in later on in the stream if you fancy it, if you hear a conversation that you want to be in on. We might talk about Pokemon exclusively, and you'll be right in there. Do you have anything you want to plug or say at the end, social medias, anything like that?
I don't want to plug myself. I just want to say donate to the stream. Not the stream.
No, donate to Galop.
Yeah, donate to Galop, not the stream. Other times for that. Donate to Galop.
Donate to Galop. I don't know why I've typed that. I was thinking, so yeah, there's the charity link there. Cool. So yeah, if you can all donate, we've smashed our first goal. We're now aiming towards that 1k goal. There is rewards still, and I still need to write Tristan's name on my face. So that'll need to be done. Yeah, I'll do that. But no, thanks very much for your time, Hilda. And
thank you for having me.
No, I'll chat to you soon.
Talk soon.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I need to double check everything. I wonder if Jessica's free to draw on my face.
You forgot to draw someone's face.
No, so Tristan very kindly donated £100. So
Oh.
anyone who donates that amount gets their name drawn on my face. That's the rules. How are you doing anyway? Amber, Sarah, you there?
Hi, sorry. Sarah, you go first.
No, you go first because I'm actually midway coughing. So I've already been.
Well, I'm doing pretty good. Not long awake.
Nice.
So, as we saw in the Discord the other day, when I'm awake, I should not really be anywhere near Discord.
No, that's good. Do you have some
Um,
coffee beside you?
No, because I'm not allowed caffeine anymore, which sucks.
Oh no! Do you have water? Water. I'm only drinking water this stream. It's the only way for me to stay awake.
I've got innocent pure apple juice right next to me, so.
Oh,
that'll do.
nice. That's the good stuff as well. That's really nice.
You know,
sorry,
I
go on,
feel
Sarah.
bad because it's just that I'm actually ordering a milkshake right now.
Oh, nice.
You
What
guys
type?
ruined my Five Guys. Can I just say?
What? Oh, hope not.
What was that because of the booger and vomit speak?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm going to do another volume adjustment. I keep on forgetting to do that. It is my bad. Everyone's user volume is now high. So that's good. Sorted. Okay. Right, so I was wondering if you could both give a wee introduction, if that's okay? Ah, shit.
Sarah, you
Yeah.
want to go first?
You go first, Amber. I'm on wood delivery right now.
Okay, no worries. So, my name is Amber Roberts, and I am the LGBT plus officer, and I'm also the communications officer for the SMP Disabled Members Group. And at branch level, I am the equalities officer, and I'm the press and publicity officer at Edinburgh Western.
Awesome. Great to have you on,
Um,
Amber.
Thank you. Also, my pronouns are she, her.
Awesome.
Yeah, so firstly, thanks for having me back on. And just, because it's just I enjoyed the last stream session. And I wish I stayed on a bit longer, but obviously not. So yeah, my name is Sarah Chung. My pronouns are she, her. I am the BAME DMG. I'm the BAME officer of the SMP DMG group. Some of you actually might know me from when I occupied previous roles, such as the LGBTQ plus officer of the SMP BAME group. That was like the previous one. And I was one of the before they changed over the lesbian officer of OFI, but that was like ages ago. So now I'm on DMG, and yeah, I'm fun fact about me. I'm recently got married to my lovely wife.
Oh, congratulations.
She might come in like later on, but she's currently on the ward at the moment, working as a mental health nurse.
That's a job. I was gonna say.
Oh, yeah.
Can only imagine how busy that must be at the moment. And always.
Oh God. So she did actually say this as a joke, but it does highlight the harshness of what nurses are currently going through now, which is why we should all support them striking and everything else, because they do. Yeah, lesbian officer is such a good title, but it wasn't actually lesbian officer. It was like lesbian campaign officer, so I'm not too sure about it. So I wasn't too awesome about it. But yeah, no, support striking nurses because they deserve they deserve everything after they helped us through the last 2 years. Her joke for a good day, I have to say, is, oh yeah, I have a really good day. In fact, I have a really good week. I haven't got a chair chucked at me.
Oh, joy.
Which is something. But
Yeah.
anyway.
No,
does
that's
highlight the issues that nurses and especially mental health nurses in this case actually go through, because I know a few mental health nurses, and the stories that they've told me is absolutely horrendous on some of the treatment that they actually get. So
Yeah.
yep.
No,
Yeah,
that's very fair. So hopefully it's a good day for your wife when she comes back, and it's nothing too bad's happened. So maybe we can start to maybe delve in a wee bit more into like your kind of role within like the kind of disabled members group, and like what that actually means for maybe people who've never been involved with like a political party, and what that actually means, because obviously there's the branch level and then there's the kind of wider kind of national side to that. I'm just wondering if both of you can maybe give a wee bit more insight into that side of things, if that's cool.
Okay, so the disabled members group is basically what we call an affiliate group, which is within the party, and we really push for disabled rights and how best that MPs and MSPs can really support disabled people, not just within the party, but also without the party in the general public as well. And it's important to highlight that because there are so many people, especially in Scotland and the UK as a whole, who are disabled, but some people, like me, on a regular basis, I get told, but you don't look disabled. And there are a lot of hidden non-visual disabilities such as fibromyalgia. Then you've got sometimes MS isn't really apparent in the beginning stage. And you've got a lot of other disabilities as well. So our real job is really to highlight that within the party, and also to get it out there to the general public as well.
Nah, brilliant.
Yeah,
Sarah, you got
yeah.
anything to?
Yeah, I completely echo that. So, to be honest, I took on this role within the DMG because it was just through like previous experience of not just only because of personal experience, but it's also because of previous experiences from what I hear when I was engaging with people during my time as the lesbian. I'm going to just say lesbian officer because the lesbian campaign officer was too mindful. So it just basically just like when I was engaging with LGBT folk, especially within ethnic minorities, during my time in OFI and then my time at the BAME network. And one of the things is about what I'm interested in is about the intersectionality issues. I don't want to say I don't want to say issues, but we are starting to see this gap right here. And in regards to disability, one of the things, so I know from my experience as a Chinese person that sometimes it is disabilities, especially sometimes in in fact, actually, most of the time, to be honest, in ethnic minority groups, it's not something you want to talk about. And and it's because of like generational ideas and views, which we need ideas and views and which we need to address, but at the same time what I have noticed again through my previous um experiences and readings and everything else is how can the NHS or outside services can try and basically meet the needs of disabled members, whether be it that you are invisible or you are, whether be it that you are have an invisible disability or a visible disability, of how you can try to meet their needs and tackle that. So that's why I took up this mantle, and I just want to learn more and what I can do in my own free time or I'm sorry, I'm just like distracted by the chat just saying about have you tried yoga? And it's like, I mean, meh.
I think
Have you tried CBT?
I think
I
that
would
No,
love to
CBD. Okay,
touch
right.
on. I'd love
Sorry.
to touch on just two of the comments there, both by Mitch Jane, and it's just take a painkiller when mentioning chronic migraines. Have you tried Rhoda? Have you tried CBD? Well, I'm going to dismiss every single person that uses those phrases straight away to anybody who's disabled, because first of all, generic painkillers do not work, especially if you've got any disability that say makes your body go through pain. Now, I suffer from fibro, so I'm going to go on that route. So with fibromyalgia, yeah, I'm in pain constantly. I can't even go back to my martial arts training because of just how much pain I'm in, even if I do try and exercise. It takes a lot of energy for me to even get up, go to the toilet, and it takes even more energy to even shower. So, people that keep on saying, just take painkillers, it'll be fine. No, you're wrong. And you should stop really that ableist thing. But the other thing is, have you tried CBD? Well, CBD, I've never really been comfortable with it. Sometimes CBD oil does work with some people, but it doesn't work for all. Yeah, there is no one thing fix all for anybody with a chronic illness. So for people that really come out with ableist comments, I would really like to say to you is stop it, be quiet. If you've nothing nice to say, don't say it, but don't try and think that you can understand what we go through, because you can't.
Yeah, just to echo on that, onto Amber's point, but also coming from the ethnic minority side and person of color side, we all, we all, it's that comment is very is constant and is constant, and because there seems to be this gap where services are trying to send out that message that of that support, and yet they're not able to connect to those communities right there. That is, yeah, it's. I'm sorry, I'm waffling on a little bit right there, but it's just
No,
that
you're fine.
I'm just seeing it from what I'm basically trying to say is that, yeah, those ableist comments are there, especially I'm not trying to paint every ethnic minorities or anyone bad about it, but it's just that we need to deal and engage with the communities to see what we can do to get rid of this stigma on like mental health or any sort of visible disability and everything else. So yeah, I think I make myself clear. Chat, am I making myself clear?
No, that's fine.
Making
Honestly,
yourself
like
clear,
you're,
Sarah.
you're like there's no need to apologize for like going on tangents or anything like that. That's kind of what we're here for. Oh God, sorry, snake. As I get distracted by a snake, we like obviously when it comes to there's the ethnic minority side of things that you've touched on, and almost like it's all well and good to be having conversations about like mental health and all the rest of it, but there is also a massive different cultural kind of backgrounds to that. I know that there's some subjects that are particularly taboo, as you've kind of touched on, Sarah, and that obviously needs to kind of fit into a wider conversation when we're like Scotland isn't just populated, and the UK isn't just populated with people of one culture. So there needs to be that intersectionality that you're talking about. I suppose when it comes to things like the services that Galop provides,
Yeah.
like I was wondering if maybe you can touch on it. Like, is there intersectional values that intersectional topics of conversation that maybe come into play that maybe people in chat aren't aware of in regards to conversion therapy? I've never really heard of conversion therapy from a BAME perspective. Just me personally. So maybe you can touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm going to be using conversion practices because it's not therapy, because therapy is supposed to make you feel better.
Yeah.
Practice, that is not something to make you feel better. And I'm just going to go with that terminology. So, an onion. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So this is actually something that I was looking at so much round about this time when we were talking during the 16 days of calling out, making sure, what is that official UN thing about anti, stopping violence against women? The campaign. I completely forgot. Sorry, it's because it's such a long name. But during my time as LGBTQ plus officer at the BAME and the S&P BAME network, one of the interesting things was, and I was looking at Gallup's research about this, so kudos out to Gallup for your research about it. And it is one of the things where we've noticed that actually from the conversion fair, there more needs to be done, quite frankly. I remember reading one of their reports in which, because of the fact that there are whilst there are LGBT services that are out there to help all LGBTQ plus people, one of the things that they're finding difficulty, and it's not just in Scotland, it's also throughout UK, is how can they cater towards those who are from ethnic backgrounds or those who are asylum seekers seeking just safety here in the country. And they have received quite a lot of feedback. This was also, I'm just trying to remember the research. I actually do have the graphic here on it. I just can't seem to find it right here. But basically, the barrier is that for someone who basically grew up in that culture or believe in that religion or whatsoever, that's centered to their identity. At the same time, their identity to love someone is a center to their identity, and that's it. And it's very hard. It's very hard for them to just forget that side. And a lot of times, from what I've been, from what I read and from what I've experienced as well, is that a lot of people say oh, but we already do. Oh, but it's the same thing in our culture. So I'll give you an example. One time when I was 17, growing up in Northern Ireland and doing my A levels, I was just trying to find my individuality, embracing the fact that I am a lesbian and all. But I was actually also at the same time trying to hide it from my parents. And when I tried to tell some of my friends, why it is quite hard, they kind of just went oh, well, we deal with it the same, so I don't know why is this so different from your culture? It's all basically just the same. And it's no, you don't understand that. It's not the same. I mean, for goodness sake, you've got honor killings in some of the cultures. So, and not only that, I just want to point out here, in the Chinese culture, we have a thing which is called saving face. The context of face is not only, it's not bringing shame onto your family, but it's also bringing shame. It's also that your community might not want to interact with your family and stuff like that. So it's that additional barrier which is causing services to not be able to engage with the communities, and they want to engage with these communities in order to help them. So kudos to Gallup for setting up the conversion therapy hotline, because one of the things that I think it's a massively glaring is that what I worry with the supporters of those who don't want to ban conversion therapy, if I'm making sense, is that they're going to bring in ethnicity into this. And I'm sick and I'm going to put out here, I am absolutely sick and tired of those people who don't want to ban conversion therapy, all because of the fact of like, oh, free speech and all the kind of stuff and whatsoever, using my ethnicity or someone ethnicity, thinking that they're going to be allies right there and just divide it. So, meh.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense, especially like so what you're sorry, just to make sure I've got it right in my head. In regards to like using ethnic like and cultural differences as a shield to allow things like conversion therapy to continue, is that
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Because like and we need to also engage with these communities as well, just to highlight that no, you don't want this is harmful to these people. And yeah, it's one of those things that we need to bridge out. So kudos to Galop.
Cool.
Kudos to Galop.
No, that's good. Thanks, Sarah. Amber, on that kind of side of things, when it comes to like, obviously there's a lot of intersectionality from, like, let's say, disabled people who, like people with disabilities that maybe struggle to escape dangerous situations on the basis of like they don't have that support and that access. Like obviously Galop will need to, well, I'm sure Galop does, but Galop will need to take into consideration someone's personal circumstances if they're coming to seek help, because it might be that, you know, for whatever reason people can't actually physically leave certain situations. I'm wondering if you have any kind of thoughts around that.
I do actually. Before I do though, one thing with conversion therapy, when the UK government turned around and went, yeah, we're going to ban conversion therapy, but not for trans people. I'm sorry, but that was one of the most nastiest things that any government in the world could ever have done. You know, they're literally going on about how, oh yeah, it's a bad thing, but not for trans people. And it's just like, hello, have you heard yourselves? Do you realise just how bad from an equality side that actually is, excluding one group but allowing the other groups in? No, that's just stupid.
Oh, sorry, you go on ahead, Amber.
Okay.
I'll come in after it.
Yep. So, talking about dangerous situations and disabled people not being able to escape them, I've not really talked about what I'm about to talk about very much, but it needs to be highlighted at some point. So I'm going to come out and say it. I was in that situation. I was in that situation a long time ago now, and where I was in an abusive relationship, and my partner at the time literally wouldn't let me leave the house on my own, wouldn't let me do anything on my own, really verbally abusive. Then she would get her ex-boyfriends to beat me up if I crossed the line, from her point of view. So, you know, I tried for months and months to escape that, and I couldn't do it, because the one thing that was on my mind at the time was, but I would be homeless and I'd be even more vulnerable than I am now, and I couldn't do that. But eventually, I fought back and I managed to escape. Yes, I became homeless, but the homeless units that I went to after that, they provided no support whatsoever, or didn't even point me in the direction of Galop. I didn't even know Galop existed until a few weeks ago. So, you know, that's a massive problem. But another thing that really should be highlighted is that when you are in an abusive relationship and disabled, one of the things that happened to me was the police sided with my crazy ex. Even though when the police arrived on the day that I fought back, I had bruises and lumps all over my face, all over my torso, legs, everything, while nobody else really that was involved in this, they didn't have any injuries whatsoever, even though I tried my best to fight back. Yet I was somehow in the wrong. So it really comes down to the police, first of all, by going, okay, we really need to do more to support vulnerable people when they are being abused, and not really make any judgments on anything else. So, you know, it should be a fact-based thing rather than, in this situation I'm talking about, you could clearly see that I had been beaten. Yeah. But the 3 other people that were involved in beating me up on that day, yeah, when the police got involved, they all turned around to the police and said that I had started it, that I had done X, Y, and Z and stuff like that. When very clearly, if you looked at me, yeah, and then looked at the other 3 people who didn't have lumps and bruises on them, you could quite clearly see that these 3 people were talking out of their arse. So that's the first thing that needs to be done. The second thing that needs to be done after that is within homeless units. They really need to provide a hell of a lot more support than they did when I was there, because I received so much nastiness from members of staff on those units, just for really. One member of staff was particularly cruel to me. And so I basically said very plainly that I don't want anything to do with this member of staff. They scared me, and etc. etc. And I actually said to them that, so, you know, I actually hate them, and I was asked to leave that unit. So you know, there's a lot that needs to be done for vulnerable people that are fleeing any kind of serious and, from a safety side of things, dangerous situations.
No, thanks very much for sharing that, Amber. I know that that's obviously something quite hard to talk about in general. So no, I really appreciate you kind of sharing your experience there, particularly because I think it does do a lot to like raise awareness of what it potentially looks like for anyone else who's watching as well. I know that sometimes sharing your story can also be quite stressful, so just heads up, Galop's already popped it in chat, but like their services are still available to you just now, even though you might be in a better place than you were, but like being able to like process that with someone from Galop might be something you want to take up. So Galop's saying you can reach out in chat there.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that from Galop, and so I was brought up in foster care, and lots of things that I won't go into on stream just now, but so I'm getting my my social work file and my Bernardo's file that has a lot of answers to my questions, but after reading those files, I will probably reach out to Galop, because I will need some sort of support from that. So thank you, Galop.
Yeah, I just want to come back on that, if that is okay. I I find my wee graphic, which I'm happy to pop into the chat if anyone is interested. This was actually published last year when I was the LGBTQ plus officer, and everything, all the stories that Amber has highlighted here is it's basically just coincides with into it, especially about domestic violence, and a lot of the figures I was actually using from Gallup's report. I also would like to add on here that now this didn't come from Gallup. This came from LGBT Hero, which is another charity. But they, and alongside Pink Salt Tire, they did a research on like how did the lockdowns and how did the pandemic affected LGBTQ plus communities, and because of just, and basically it's worse, and not only that, because of that loss of interaction, of face-to-face interaction, it isolated quite a lot of those who have disability, or those who are from ethnic minorities, or those who actually are asylum seekers as well. So yeah, more needs to be done. And the story that, and thank you, Amber, for sharing that story. I didn't even actually know about that as well. So just, yeah, it's great. It's just to just put out some facts right there. And
before Sarah and I actually came onto the stream, we were talking about you know, my darker days and stuff like that, and these are the days that I was kind of mentioning that I found solace in Harry Potter, where I could escape the world, the cruelty that I was going through Harry Potter. So while I hate J.K. Rowling so much for everything that she has done and said, so Harry Potter has always been my escape from the world, and it's something that's quite hard for me sometimes to really be acknowledging, because as somebody said earlier on, even either watching the movies and stuff like that is supporting J.K. Rowling. I'm like, well, actually, no. I can still dive into the world of Harry Potter because it's an escape line for me.
No, that's
And it's-
like that's another good perspective. Actually, I hadn't really considered it from that point of view. Like, I know that, like, I know it's probably a wee bit different because he's dead. But like for me, it's Lord of the Rings. Like,
Yep.
Lord of the
Oh,
Rings would
yeah.
be my like mental escape. And yeah, I think like I understand that. Like, I wouldn't want the authors. I wouldn't want the author being an arsehole to like steal that world away from me, because like that's something I've loved and like enjoyed throughout my entire life. So no, I think
that on that
Yeah.
point, I know that Stephen wants to come in, but
Yes.
it's just like on that point, I also would like to highlight that is also how people, ethnic minorities, also feel, because it's just that they grow up in the culture of like believing in certain faiths and everything. So it's like that.
that's very fair. Both of you, thanks very much for joining. I mean, you're more than welcome to kind of hang around. But Stephen, welcome to the call.
Hi, how are you?
And I'm going to quickly sort out the volume side of things before we continue, just in case. I'm doing not too bad. How are you doing today, Stephen?
I'm doing really good, yeah. Thank you so much for having me. I've been watching the stream for a little bit as well and enjoying all the conversations. It's been really
Hi, Stephen.
eye-opening as well. Hi, how are you all
Hi,
doing?
Stephen.
Hope you're all doing good. I was just listening to that last part of the conversation you were having as well, and I was agreeing with that in terms of like your mental escapes and certain things. And yeah, I just think that it's been great so far, and what you are doing is amazing. So definitely happy to come on here and have a good chat and see how it goes.
Well, I'm delighted that you could join us, and thanks very much for joining us. I realise that I've probably missed all of the icebreaker questions because I've not had someone kicking my arse to say it. But Stephen, maybe you can kick us off. Is there something this year that you've been particularly proud of doing, and do you have like a goal for like next year that you're after?
Oh god, just something in general.
Just in general, could be with your content creation, could be in your personal life, could be anything.
I moved out. Which is bizarre. I'm not happy that I moved out of Scotland, but I did move out, and into my own place, which was only a few weeks ago, which I'm very proud of.
Awesome.
It took me a long time to get there, so I'm very happy about that, and planning, in the next 12 months to really up my content game and get into more of like the entertainment side and TV and things. So I'm just looking forward to that, and very proud that I've been able to like move out and things on my own and see where it goes. But yeah, it's been good.
That's awesome. And and on the TV side of things, what are you looking to do? Is there a thing next year that you're aiming for, or?
Yeah, I mean, I currently right now I just was on a an MTV show called Love at First Lie, which is like a reality TV show, because I really wanted to experience like what reality TV would be like.
Yeah.
And it basically was like there was real couples and there's fake couples that go into this mansion and you have to eliminate the fake couples and stuff.
Right.
So, and obviously I'm now eliminated from the show, but it's like, yeah, I was a fake couple, so the acting in it was really good and fun. But next year I really want to work on, got some things in the pipeline I can't discuss too much, but it's more of like filming some pilots of some shows for BBC ITV, just really try to get my foot in the door. But it's about, I'm a great believer in getting my foot in the door. If you get me in the audition room or in the room to speak to someone, I'll do my absolute best. But it's getting in there is the issue, isn't it?
No, that's brilliant. I mean, like, obviously, like your content and your TikToks are like super popular.
Thank you.
What got you into just doing that? Were you a content creator before, or like did you do Vine? Were you ever involved with that, or is this like your start?
Vine. It was so long ago. Vine was like 10 years ago. I did do some Vines, and they were good. They didn't really pop off or anything. I was still just working, trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and I started doing TikTok, which was formerly known as Musical.ly back then.
Yeah.
And really, it was just lip syncing and having fun, and I just wanted to find a platform where I didn't have to edit so much like YouTube, and it wasn't so serious.
Yeah.
So I found short form content on like TikTok was the way forward. I've been doing it for nearly 6 years now. So I always knew I wanted to do like performing and make people laugh. I just found that was such a great platform to do it because people don't take you too seriously.
Yeah.
And I don't take myself too seriously. So and from there, it's just kind of spiraled. I do it full time now, social media. So I'm very grateful and very humble I'm able to do it. And but it started off just I think my first video was lip syncing to Britney Spears.
Nice. What
like,
song?
dark
What song?
with my, Hit Me Baby One More Time.
Ah, excellent.
Of course.
Good stuff. Classic. No, that's really good. So, like, what you said, social medias. So, like, more than TikTok, where are you now? Are you all over? Are you, like, is it Facebook? Are you doing YouTube Shorts? Are you doing all this sort of stuff? Or hello? I think we might have lost Stephen.
Oh dear.
That's
Oh,
not
no.
a worry. These things happen. It's always a wee technical glitch. Anything like I'm at this point I'm like so casual. I'm here for another like 20 and a bit hours, 20 and a half
Yeah.
hours. So it's
As,
all
as the saying goes, many Twitch streamers, including myself and yourself, Connor, is the fact that it's not a Twitch stream until something breaks.
Oh
So,
yeah,
you
definitely.
know.
And the good thing about that is it tends to be
Technology
something
gods.
tends to be something breaking like immediately. Like whenever I start my streams, it tends to break. Just wondering, can one of the organisers in chat, one of the mods, just check in with Stephen just to see where we're at? I don't think.
I hope you don't mind us actually staying on, because it's just like, I'm sorry for interrupting, by the way.
No, that's absolutely fine. Like, I mean, I feel like I'm channeling my Barbossa from Pirates of the Caribbean, but like all the time slots are more like guidelines. To be honest, like I'm just farting around in this game. I don't think I'm doing very well. I've already lost a monkey, and I never lose any monkeys. This is like
Okay, right.
embarrassing.
I have never seen this game. Can you please tell me more about this game?
Yeah, of course. What's up? Yeah, go on. Right. So I'm just gonna get my Tristan written on my face.
This should be absolutely fantastic.
Oh, this is great. Oh, this is fantastic.
I've got a big enough forehead to fit a lot of names.
I mean,
See, I would have done it on your cheek, to be honest, but I'm just evil, so, you know.
There we go. So we've got Hex and we've got Tristan side by side. So yeah, so if anyone who donates over £100 gets that. I also think we've actually had some jelly bean donations, so maybe this is a good time to do it while we wait for Stephen to return.
I donated 20 quid.
You didn't tell me. Okay, so what? Okay.
Yeah, it highlighted. It even said so right there. I've donated 20 quid.
What flavour of horrible jelly bean do you want me to eat then? So,
Oh, should we not actually put? How about we make this interesting? How about we put it to a poll?
a poll. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh god, yes. Absolutely.
I don't know why we'd want to get chat involved in something as serious
Because
as
chat's
choosing.
evil, and I'm here for it. And this is for charity.
So we won't be able to run an official poll because I don't think Twitch gives us that many options. But people's options are the following.
Well, no.
We've got...
Wait, Sarah could pick 4 options
Okay.
to choose from. So.
Okay, so how about we do
Exactly,
that? So,
exactly, Hex.
so
Democracy matters.
okay, so Sarah,
Oh, Mark.
Sarah, if you can choose between 4 of these flavors I'm about to read out, and then one of the mods will set up a poll in chat. So that's you've got to choose 4 between earwax, dirt, booger, earthworm, black pepper, vomit, soap, sausage, rotten egg, and grass.
Okay, so definitely vomit.
Thanks.
Boogers.
Thanks.
Just pick
I'm
the
sorry.
worst one, Sarah.
I am picking the worst one. I just completely forgot the selection again.
Yeah, so we've got vomit.
Earwax. Yes, yes. Earwax, and what's the last? And there's earthworm, is it?
Yeah,
No, earthworm will be too kind. That would be too kind because I mean you do get worms and actually sometimes in lunches.
I
So
don't have worms.
no, but you know in some delicacies.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
let's take a Star Trek thing. Gach is just basically a big bowl of worms. So
okay.
Oh nice.
I'm kind of I am tempted on dirt,
Oh,
but
thanks.
it's between dirt or grass. I really
Well, okay, so we've had dirt. If you want to then give me the option of grass, I've not had grass yet.
Okay, grass.
Okay, grass. Excellent. So if someone can,
You'll not invite me back. You'll not invite me back.
So just to confirm, that's earwax, vomit, booger, and grass. If we can get a mod to do a poll, that would be fantastic. Thanks very much for that, Sarah. Very much appreciate your time. And thanks for lining me up for the worst fucking meal of my life.
I do think though that Sarah's been a bit kind in putting this to a poll, because if this was me, I'm sorry, but I'm, as I said, I'm an evil bitch. I just make you do vomit again, because I think that's absolutely.
You'll not invite us back, then.
The thing is, you say that Sarah's being kind by putting it to chat, but I know my chat and I know that they're not kind. So you've probably it's gonna be vomit. Anyway, I believe Stephen's back.
Vomit. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened there, but I was just enjoying this chat about what flavour you're going to have.
Don't worry, technical glitches happen all the time. There has also been a £10 donation, which means I choose one from the random Jelly Bean Roulette Bowl. So let's hope this isn't terrible.
Watch this, it'll be vomit.
Fuck's sake.
No, grass is winning. Come on, chat. There's 80 people there.
I'm not even seeing the polls, so.
The poll's at the top of chat. You can. So
not for me, it's not.
No, it's all good. So Stephen, welcome back. Don't worry, these things kind of happen.
Yes, I don't know what happened. I just unplugged my mic and plugged it back in. It was working again. I had to just refresh everything.
Don't worry at all. These things happen. It's absolutely not an issue. But yeah, I'm trying to remember where we were before you left.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, I
do all social media as I try to do like shorts and Instagram reels and TikTok and things.
Nah, that's cool. And then of course, like beginning your kind of journey into more acting kind of roles. How have you found that? Has that been an interesting one or?
Yeah, it's been very interesting, and I think like I said, I was doing that reality one where it's you're kind of you're lying and you're acting and kind of relationship and stuff. So it's trying to find different ways in which I can get experience and show what I can do, if that makes sense. And I'm a great believer in the content that I put out into the world. But if it's like scripted content that I make myself and record, that's kind of like my portfolio in a sense.
No, absolutely.
So I try my hardest when I'm doing that to kind of put what my capabilities are as someone who likes to do acting, but also just show myself and what I can do in those kind of videos. I think if someone watches the videos, that's your one chance in a way to kind of impress them. So that's the kind of way I've done it. And right now it's currently I filmed a little bit of a pilot of a show back in July, which you're waiting to see if it gets picked up and things. But it's just only now am I really starting to get into like acting and actually being on some kind of sets for things, whether it be like ads, even ads for like not actual like scripted acting where I'm doing like monologues and stuff. Anything that just gets me in front of a camera where I get experience, I'll do, as long as I'm happy with it and it's something fun and different. That's what I'm just trying to do now, and just get in front of the camera and get the experience. I think I'm quite late to the game when it comes to the acting, and I've always do acting, but I think social media for the last 5 years just took over my life, and I was like, I need to make it on here and have a good time and see what happens, and here we are 6 years later, so who knows.
No, that's brilliant though, and I'd love to hear a wee bit more about your kind of process for starting a kind of TikTok. I've also just got news that I'm going to be eating a fucking grass jelly bean, so there we go. But maybe you can chat a wee bit more about that. What's your kind of process for coming up with something, and then coming up with an idea for a video? Is it as a kind of content creator here, I just turn on stream and hope for the best. But imagine when you're doing TikToks, there's a bit more structure.
Yeah, I think ultimately, when you're content creating, whether you're a Twitch streamer, TikTok or Instagram or YouTube or anything like that, it's an element of being able to perform in a way. So it's an element of being able to kind of turn yourself on and be that person. Well, still be authentic. I try and be as authentic as I can. So, for me, it's sometimes I will just hit record and I'll just say and do random things, or I'll just stand there and think, what's going to come to me now? I think sometimes that content's the best, and I think that you'll know as being a streamer, you sometimes just like you get in the moment and you have fun. You're playing games and you're acting wild, and sometimes that's the best little clips that you can get. That's the best part of the stream, or that's the best part of the video. So I do that, and other times I'll be in my bed at night and I'll just be about to go to sleep, and I'll have a really funny idea. Like there's a few characters. I'm like, okay, I need to get up and like on my phone and my notes or on my laptop, write down these ideas before I lose them. And then sometimes I'll just film them there and then. I'm like, I need to get this out right now, or else it's not going to be as funny because sometimes I used to just stew on it and I'd sit and I'd overthink it too much, and I'd be, this has to be this way, this has to be that way. And I think we're all guilty of that in any aspect of your life. So now sometimes it really does take a lot of planning and specific, and I'll write scripts for it. And other times I'm like, just film it and see what happens and then post it, because that is sometimes where people are going to relate to you the most, when you're just being really raw, really funny, really just direct and authentic. So there's two. Well, sometimes it's just creative and I just press record. Other times it'll take me days to write things out and then act it out and then edit it and things and be meticulous. And it's a lot, but I don't complain. It's like one of the best things to be able to do, and it's just a really fun and creative. And I want to be, the reason I've done it is I want to be the person that I never had growing up, which sounds really like, oh gosh, but I mean on like social media and TV, there was never anyone that was fat, that was queer, that was confident, that was, their weight wasn't the butt of the joke. Whereas I wanted to be someone for someone else that they can look at and go, that person just like knows who they are, they love like what they're doing, and they just, you know what I mean? So I think that's always inspired me to keep doing different things as well.
No,
sorry, I rambled on way too much.
No, that is exactly the sort of stuff that we're after, and it's really like, I completely agree with you. It's like some of the best stuff that I've ever put out has been the like absolute, like, I don't want to say half-arsed because it's never half-arsed, but it's just like off the cuff. Like let's just get it out there. Let's just do one take and then like that sort of stuff. And I think
in the moment it's so good.
And like people kind of recognize that like authenticity like a hell of a lot. So no, that's really cool. I suppose more on the. Sorry, go on.
No, sorry, I'm finished that.
No worries. So I suppose just on the, like, obviously we're raising money for Galop here. So I've kind of been asking everyone this question, but when it comes to, like, you know, tailored services for a specific group of people, like, obviously the value and the importance of that's really high, but I was just wondering, like, what's your kind of thoughts of that? Like, obviously having a organisation that very much looks after a specific community. I'm just kind of gauging your thoughts on that.
I think that like having like a charity like Galop, which is, you know, specifically looking after, you know, people, the LGBT plus people and with hate crimes, and which I think hate crimes encompass so many different things or things that happen to them. I think that's needed sometimes, that having something specific for a specific community is needed, because, you know, these people that, especially if I say the queer community because that's obviously one part of that, but especially community, you know, companies or organizations that tailor, you know, services to specific people, they need that. I think that sometimes these specific communities need that kind of attention. It needs to have it solely focused on them, just because they're going through so much, and whether that be, you know, gay people or trans people or out with the queer community, whether it be like, you know, mental and physical abuse. I do think that having specific organizations for specific situations does help. It's a pro and con, because the pro is that it's specific to certain people and their situations they're going through, but then the con is that there's so many different charities, so like funding for those charities or those organisations can be very tough and very difficult, and that's why we need streams like this, which are, you know, directly going to helping people in need, whereas, you know, a lot of, because there's so many, they're trying to get funds for, you know, there's 10 different, you know, organisations that are all doing the same thing sometimes. Which is good, but also like they're not getting all the funding that they need for it, which is, so it's a double-edged sword, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's always the challenge when it comes to charities, is that like there is almost like an infinite number of like fundraisers that you could do, and like I think it's at the end of the day, I think funding any of them help. Like I think that's the kind of value that you get from that, isn't it? It's like you're being able to go, well, if I can do anything. That's a kind of net positive. So, no, that's a really cool way.
That's what I would say is anything. Yeah, and anything that you can give, especially today would be great, and it's specifically for Galop, but in general, just if you have something to give, whether that's money, which is great, whether that's time, whether that's volunteering, whether that's just lending a support or doing something to help these organisations out, is a step in the right direction, and it's helping out someone. And I think people don't realise that when you give a little bit of money to an organisation, that can go a long way to helping numerous people. So it's all very grateful, isn't it? That people can, any kind of help is grateful.
No, that's absolutely the way to see it. So I suppose maybe in like your like own experience as like a kind of queer content creator, like what are some of the? I mean, obviously there's tons of positives. I dare say there's going to be a couple of negatives to that as well, unfortunately.
Oh, there's many.
But I mean, like maybe you can tell us a wee bit about that, just because I think you'll be able to add a perspective on for maybe someone who wants to start getting into content creation, but also the kind of communities that are then fostered that really help support you in the work that you do as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm a gay romantic asexual man, so I'm someone who has no sexual attraction towards any gender. So, but romantically, I could never see myself with a man, so it'd be a gay romantic. So for me, in my journey, my sexuality was for me, was so relevant to me. I thought like I don't care. Why does everyone care about their sexuality when I'm not really that fussed about it? I'm just trying to live myself, and that's just my experience. So I know for many people it's a really, really difficult thing, and it was more difficult for me as I got into my 20s, because I was kind of like, I don't know, I'm just having fun. I'm just seeing who I like, and I realised that's asexual was something was the community that I belong to. That's what spoke to me, and that's how I've been feeling my whole life. So, going on social media, when you tell people like, I'm a gay romantic person, I don't have sexual attraction, and they're just, the comments people can say about this, and everyone, especially in the queer community, will have that where they'll just say you're a freak, that no one wants you because you're fat and ugly. They'll say so many things, and I think for me, I've always been one of those people that anyone that sends hate, I've had a lot of hate in my time on social media, whether that be due to my size or my sexuality, or the fact that I'm too flamboyant, I'm too opinionated, I'm too bubbly, I'm too in your face, I'm too camp. For me, I just always said, my mum always said to me, she had good advice, she said, you can fight any comment that people leave, you can defend yourself till you're blue in the face and say how you will defend yourself, or just let go of your head, because these people really don't mean anything to you, they don't add value to your life. And that's advice I give to someone is, don't listen to like what people was. Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. If you're going on social media and you want to be a content creator and you're worried about what people might say about your sexuality or how you look just in general, like I just wouldn't listen to someone I wouldn't go to advice to, if that makes sense. See if you're not someone that I respect or even know, I don't care. And it's hard to say that, but if I'm not going to respect you enough to like listen to advice in general, like why am I going to listen to you when you're going to say you're gay or you're gay romantic and I hate you? Cool. Enjoy typing that in your lonely house. But you'll never say it to me. I'm one of those people where I'm lucky. I've got 5 brothers and 2 sisters. I had a very tumultuous upbringing in a nice way, in a way where it was all rough house and we were mean to each other for fun. But I would always say to someone that like everyone else's opinions, like what anyone else thinks of you, is none of your business. It comes to your sexuality as well. Pay them no mind, like RuPaul says. If they ain't paying your bills, pay them bitches no mind. And that's so. I know it sounds cheesy saying that, but it really is. And I think a lot of people listening or that are in the chat right now would agree that if you just like don't mean nothing to me, and a nice way possible, then don't listen to what they've got to say. I know it's easier said than done, but if you have that in the back of your mind when you're making content, you're putting yourself out into the world, it can steer you in like the right direction.
I really like that message of like not taking any shit from someone that you wouldn't take advice from, because like
absolutely
that is I feel like particularly with how social media is at the moment, it's never a dull moment when it comes to people's shit opinions. But
absolutely.
I think it's a really nice kind of like sentiment to take going forward. It's really really cool. So on that side of things, when it comes to anything, 1 wee second, sorry, I've got someone pinging me a message. Like, I'm not sure if you've ever encountered things with like charities, for example. Like, I'm not saying that you've used their services or anything, but do you think that there's something that's like a kind of broader message that like any sort of charity could take on board at the moment, which would add kind of immediate benefit? We had Amber in chat briefly there saying that when it came to like homeless shelters, for example, homeless shelters really need to get clued up on the scenarios in which people are then made homeless, in a way that, you know, they might be fleeing abuse that is from, you know, it might be like conversion therapy or something like that. You know, I'm not expecting you to be an absolute expert on all things charity can do, but just is there anything off the top of your head that you go, well, this would actually be useful?
First of all, I think that, you know, what Amber had said is so true, and it's so specific. I think a lot of people, you just would sometimes not think about that. So it's such a great thing that if all charities could kind of have that at the forefront. But for me, I don't know. I mean, I've supported things like Switchboard and things like that, and there's been a variety of, like, especially LGBT-led charities that I've reached out and I've, you know, shared things for, or you know, if they're donating to like LGBT, you know, organisations, I'll try and help it as much as I can. But in terms of like a message that everyone can take, I do think, I think that sometimes when it comes to queer people, we get lumped into the same box. Everyone gets lumped into the same box, and I do think that everyone has an individual story. I think, although the organisation charities have the good intentions and the mind to helping everyone, it really does come down to people's stories and their backgrounds and why they're in that situation. I suppose it's the same for what Amber said. That's what I would say, is that everyone is individual and everyone is unique. So what might work for one person is not going to work for someone else. As a charity, you've got to kind of broaden your expectations of what could come through the door, what could come and fall into your lap to helping someone, and being ready for all different types of scenarios and not just the ones that we hear about the most, if that makes sense. I know it's quite broad, that kind of advice, but for me, and for people that I've spoken to that, you know, that are, you know, trans or like non-binary and try to seek help and maybe have not found the specific help that they need, because some charities are really, really hone in on specific parts of the queer community, like gay people or bisexual people and things like that. So I just would say that if you're leaning into doing that and wanting to help, then just make sure that you've got everybody in mind in every type of situation and every walks of life that could come through the door, and do your best to try and help. But that'd be for me. I don't really know what else to say on that. I think it's quite a good question, to be fair.
No, I think it's
I'll be sitting thinking about it. I'll come back at like 3:00 in the morning and be like, I've got an answer.
You are more than welcome to do that, by the way. If you're still up, I'll let you get your sleep. But
I will come in at like yawn time in the morning and just say like, hey, how's everyone doing?
No, you're again, you're like the invitation is there. You're of course more than welcome to. And I think that was a really good answer as well. It kind of spoke to what Lenny, the CEO of Galop, was saying at the start of the stream when it came to like it is basically a tailored service to everyone who comes in and uses Galop service. Because I have just been eaten
amazing.
by fucking, sorry, 1 second, saber tooth.
No, I'm seeing you get. I'm watching you right now getting chewed down by a saber tooth. To be honest, it's kind of funny.
I was like,
sorry about that.
Sorry, 1 second, minor interruption. Being ate by a saber tooth tiger. But no, I think like
what you said about Lenny is so true.
Yeah, I think like, you know, having the tailored service is like super important, and like I think it does mean like a lot to people to have that. It's like there's almost stages. Like I suppose there'll be some charities at maybe a basic level that do a kind of like blanket, this is what we hope to achieve with everyone, and then there'll be stages of that where, you know, if you want to take your kind of service to the next level to make sure people get an individual support, that can obviously mean quite a lot as well. But no, thanks very much.
They're not all.
Go on, Steve. No, crack on.
I was going to say they're not all going to, you know, they're not going to start off with having like amazing tailored services, and we understand that, and I think any help to any kind of marginalised community is great help. But like you said, it's about the end goal is having tailored services to everyone. So I second what you said.
No, that's brilliant. I believe we also have Hannah in the chat. I'm not sure if you've been lurking, Hannah. Sorry if we've been
I have.
keeping you. Stephen, you're more than welcome to stay on for a wee bit if you like and just get involved with the chat, or if you want to duck out at all, then you're more than welcome to do so. And of course, we can have you back later on.
Yeah, I'll probably come back later on if that's all right.
Yeah, that's
and
absolutely
just jump
fine.
back in. And I hope you have a great chat and nice to brief on you, Hannah.
And you. Yeah, it was such a lovely
and
conversation. I didn't want to like
I
kick
was
in
like
the
that
door and go hi. So hello.
Thank you. Hope you have a great conversation. I'll be listening to it. Thank you.
No, thanks, Stephen.